Welcome to this course on ChatGPT, the fastest growing and maybe most disruptive app in history. Many people are afraid of it, but with this course, my colleague Manuel and I want to make sure that you don't have to be afraid, but that you instead can use ChatGPT and similar AI chatbots to your advantage, to boost your productivity. Because when used correctly, that's exactly what these tools can do for you. And therefore, whilst preparing this course, we explored all these different concepts and best practices and approaches you find out there and condensed them all into this course to give you the best learning resource for ChatGPT and these AI chatbots in general, so that by the end of the course, you're able to leverage these tools and work more productively. For that, we of course also prepared many demos and examples, and hence I'd say let's not waste any time and let's instead get started with ChatGPT.
Hello again, also from my side. ChatGPT is a web-based AI, so artificial intelligence, chatbot. And you can chat with ChatGPT about any topic. It can draft emails for you, it can summarize articles, it can write code for you, and so much more. Getting started with ChatGPT is incredibly easy. Just go to openai.com, the website of OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, open the menu and select ChatGPT. After creating your free account, you are ready to write your first so-called prompt, so the text that you want to send to ChatGPT. Let's assume you are working on a mobile app development project and your client wants to have the latest status update from your side via email. You could write this email on your own, but why don't you let ChatGPT do this for you? You could just add the key information here in the message box where we send the prompts to ChatGPT. So for example, we are working on the last key features. Our project is 10% above budget and it is planned to finish in Q3. Now we have to give ChatGPT a little bit of context, so what it should do with this information. So we could just add a text like this. So we need a short summary for the client regarding the current mobile app project status. When sending this prompt to ChatGPT now by hitting enter, we get back this full text. We didn't ask for an email, but short summary for the client led to this email-like output by ChatGPT already. This text here contains all our core information, so that we are working on the last key features of the mobile app project, that we are above budget, also explaining that some unexpected expenses have occurred during the development process, and it also adds information about the point in time when this project will be finished. The general style and the way it is written is very friendly and still business-like, so we could almost send this email directly to our client. ChatGPT is also context-aware. This means the information sent and received within a conversation, within a chat, so this is our chat here, can be referred to and considered by ChatGPT. So if I now add that the client's name is James Green, for example, then without any further information, ChatGPT just uses the same email we had before, but now adds the name of the client to the email. We could also come up with a subject for the email, we could add our own name, we could refine the email, and so on. But this is how ChatGPT works in a nutshell now, and this is of course only the first of many examples we will see throughout this course. As mentioned, ChatGPT is for free. In addition to this free version, you can also get a paid version, ChatGPT Plus. We'll have a look at the differences between these two versions in the next lecture. For taking this course, it doesn't matter if you're using the free or the Plus version though. The course is all about learning techniques to efficiently work with ChatGPT, So everything you learn in the course applies to the free and the plus versions of ChatGPT. As mentioned, we also have ChatGPT Plus as alternative to the free version. For $20 per month, at the point in time when we are recording this course, ChatGPT Plus offers an even more advanced AI model and some other benefits compared to the free version. Currently, the core advantages of the Plus version are the following. With ChatGPT Plus, you get priority ChatGPT access. In peak times, using the free version is not always possible. ChatGPT Plus can also be used when demand is very high. So if you want to have access to ChatGPT all the time, the Plus version might be something you could consider in the future. ChatGPT Plus also provides faster outputs. When using the Plus version, you will receive faster responses, which helps to use ChatGPT more efficiently and also to save time. With the Plus version, you can also select between different models, and you also get early access to newly introduced models. Depending on your requirements, you can switch between a faster or a more advanced model. With the Plus version, you have this option to choose what you need. With the free version, you only get the default model and you don't have the option to choose between others. And finally, ChatGPT Plus also provides early access to new features and improvements. ChatGPT is still a very new technology and rapidly evolves. As Plus user, you can access newly introduced features before the free version is supported. We used the Plus version to record this course, but as mentioned, everything you learn in the course applies to both the free and the Plus version of ChatGPT. In case you want to update to Plus in the future, you can find the corresponding option directly here in ChatGPT. You can again find an overview of the Plus benefits and then select Upgrade Plan to subscribe for the monthly ChatGPT Plus subscription. So with the first steps done in ChatGPT, let's now continue with some other helpful information about the course, before we then dive deeper into ChatGPT together.
Now this course, of course, focuses on ChatGPT, since it is the most popular AI chatbot. Though what you're going to learn in this course, the different techniques and tricks and approaches you will learn about, of course, will not just apply to ChatGPT, but instead will help you with any AI chatbot. For example, also with Google Bard, which would be an alternative to ChatGPT. Now, Bard is basically Google's answer to ChatGPT, though it's not publicly available yet, at least not at the point of time where I'm recording this video, though depending on which country you're living in, you can join a waitlist to start using Google Bard. Now, despite the limited availability of Google Bard, you will find many comparisons of Google Bard and ChatGPT, and it seems like ChatGPT is quite a bit better than Google Bard, at least in many situations, though ultimately that could of course change in the future, and as mentioned, this course here does teach you techniques you can use with any AI chatbot. For example, also with Bing Chat. Bing Chat is simply Microsoft's AI chatbot, though the interesting thing about Bing Chat is that under the hood, it's using the same AI models, the same technology, kind of, as ChatGPT does. And yet, it seems like ChatGPT still has an edge on Bing and often produces better responses. Nonetheless, Bing Chat, just like Google Bard, could be or could become an interesting alternative to ChatGPT. And unlike Google Bard, Bing Chat is already available to everyone, at least if you're using Microsoft's Edge browser. If you're using that and you're visiting bing.com, you can enter the chat area, log in with your Microsoft account, and get started with Bing Chat for free. You can ask it questions or, for example, tell it to generate content. And what's really nice about Bing Chat is that it will actually also include web search results in its content generation process and give you a response that uses data from those web search results. And in the response, it actually highlights which data or which parts of the response are coming from which web search result. And this can, of course, also be an interesting feature. And therefore, you got different options, though as mentioned before, ChatGPT is the most popular of all these options and does generate great responses. But as also mentioned before, no matter which option you choose or which option becomes the best option in a couple of months from now, the techniques, approaches, tricks, and concepts you're going to learn about in this course will apply no matter which AI chatbot you're using. So now that you already learned quite a bit about ChatGPT and its capabilities and features, I want to conclude this first course section here by giving you a brief overview of the course and what to expect from that course. And I want to start by emphasizing that for this course, you need no prior ChatGPT experience. You can get started with it today, and this course is for you. You need no prior coding experience, because whilst we will also show you how you can use ChatGPT to generate code and to write programs, you don't need any programming knowledge for that, though we of course also will have some content that does show people with programming experience how to boost their productivity, but that's just a small part of the course. And therefore, this course truly is built for everyone. Now, we built this course such that we basically have multiple layers of content, you could say. And in the next course sections, we'll start by giving you a solid foundation. You will learn how to get started with ChatGPT. You will learn which core features it offers, beyond what you already learned in this first course section. And you will also get a glimpse behind the scenes, so that you understand what's happening behind the scenes and under the hood, and how ChatGPT generally works. That it's not magic, but of course nonetheless very impressive. Now, once you got that foundation, we'll dive deeper, and you will learn how to use ChatGPT efficiently. We'll dive into prompt engineering, which is all about giving you the tools to write highly efficient prompts so that you can get exactly the results from ChatGPT that you need for your day-to-day work. And with those tools throughout the course, you will learn how to use ChatGPT for utility tasks like drafting emails, translating text, and so on. You will learn how to use it for content creation, like creating blog posts or tweets, social media posts, video scripts, and much more. And you will also learn how to use it for coding, both with and without programming experience. You will learn how you can use ChatGPT to generate code and build programs, even if you don't know anything about programming and coding. And you will also learn how you can use existing coding skills you might have, if you do have them, to boost your productivity as a developer. So as mentioned, this course really is for everyone. And you will also not just learn about ChatGPT in this course. Instead, you will also learn about Midjourney, which is an amazing AI tool for generating images. And you will also not just learn about all these things and concepts in theory or with small, tiny examples, but instead we also have some hands-on course sections where we will really walk you through more complex examples and more complex demos. And of course, there you will also be able to practice what you learned in this course. And we'll also leave ChatGPT and the web interface behind us at some point, because in this course you will also learn how you can use the underlying GPT models in your own programs, so that you could build your own chatbot or build utility programs that leverage OpenAI's GPT models in your own code, which is really amazing. You will also learn how to use tools like AutoGPT or LangChain to automate AI processes or build your own automated AI tools. Truly powerful stuff, and we will get there step by step, starting with that foundation. Now, of course, since this course has so much content and so many concepts you will learn about, it's also super important to us to make sure that you truly get the most out of this course. And since this is a video course, that of course starts with watching the videos, but please watch them at your pace. Use those video player controls to speed us up if we're going too slow or slow us down if we're going too fast. Also, take advantage of the fact that it's an on-demand video course. Repeat or pause videos whenever you need to. Feel free to repeat entire sections if you forgot about a certain concept or if something's not entirely clear after watching a certain section for the first time. Take advantage of this on-demand nature of this course. But our recommendation is also that you don't just watch the videos, but that you instead follow along actively, which simply means that you should also pause the videos from time to time and try things out on your own. And don't just try the things we're showing you, but instead practice what you learned by simply playing around with ChatGPT. Because ultimately, that is how you will learn the most. But here's one important note regarding this. Even if you were to use exactly the same prompts we're showing you in our videos, you will very likely not get exactly the same results. Because ChatGPT and the models it's using under the hood simply have some built-in randomness, you could say. So even if you provide exactly the same input, the same prompts, you will not necessarily get exactly the same results. And that's just something to be aware of. When following along with this course and when practicing what we're showing you, there won't be a right or a wrong solution or a right or wrong way of talking to ChatGPT. Instead, there just are certain concepts and techniques you might want to use, which we'll teach you in this course. But then, as mentioned, when it comes to the results being generated by ChatGPT, there will be differences and there is randomness included. And last but not least, also help each other. This course comes with a Q&A section which you can use to ask questions, but don't just ask there, instead also answer the questions of other students, because by answering, you're challenged to think about a problem and come up with a solution. And by sharing your solutions or your ideas, everyone benefits. So take advantage of this Q&A section as a tool to share and spread your knowledge. And besides this Q&A section, we also got a Discord community, which you can also join for free, where you will find more fellow learners and students. And with that, you got everything you need to dive into this course and master ChatGPT and these AI tools. Now, ChatGPT is this amazing web app which we can use in a browser to basically ask it any kinds of questions and get all kinds of responses to those questions. And therefore, it can, of course, vastly boost our productivity. And yes, it may also replace certain jobs, though especially the people who know how to use it well will probably be the people that benefit from ChatGPT and technologies like this. But in order to get the most out of ChatGPT and in order to understand its capabilities and features, it is important to take a look behind the scenes and to understand how ChatGPT was created and how it works. And that's exactly what we're going to explore in this course section here. We are going to learn how ChatGPT was created and how it works under the hood. And we're therefore also going to learn what its features, its capabilities are, and also, of course, what its limitations are. Now, under the hood, ChatGPT is based on the GPT model, and GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Now, this GPT model in the end is an AI model, an artificial intelligence model, created and owned by OpenAI, which, as a side note, despite its name, isn't too open. It originally was founded as a company that was all about doing public AI research. Now it's more of a for-profit closed company. But that's just a side note. Either way, OpenAI created this amazing AI model, the GPT model, and it's this model that's being used under the hood by ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is this web app with which you can interact in your browser to ask it questions and get back responses. The GPT model is the underlying program, you could say, that's being used by that web app to produce and generate those responses. So we have to differentiate between these two things, and it's also worth noting that these GPT APIs, these GPT tools, you could say, are not just used by ChatGPT, but instead can also be used by you. And indeed, later in this course, we'll have a whole section about how you can use these APIs, and there are different APIs as you will learn, how you can use these APIs, including the API that's in the end being used by ChatGPT in your own code to build your own programs that utilize these GPT APIs. Because that, of course, enables you to build amazing applications that incorporate and implement this GPT AI model that was created and is owned by OpenAI. If you wanted to, you could kind of build your own ChatGPT based on these GPT APIs. So that's what ChatGPT is. Now, this GPT AI model is a so-called large language model. And large language models are now a general thing, not exclusive to OpenAI. So ChatGPT and those OpenAI trained GPT models are owned by OpenAI. Large language models are a general concept, and the GPT models happen to be such large language models. Now, large language models are in the end machine learning models that perform natural language processing tasks. So in the end, machine learning models that are built and optimized to understand and process text that's understood by humans, that's readable by humans, and models that can then do things with that text. Large language models are in the end trained to calculate probabilities to suggest words based on prior words, so to complete sequences of words, you could say. So the whole idea behind large language models, which are in the end based on so-called neural networks of transformers, and I'll get back to that in a second, the whole idea behind such large language models is in the end to take some input, some text as input, and to then produce some output to complete a sequence of words. And this could be a sequence of numbers, but it can be any kind of sequence, including a sequence where you maybe ask a question and the continuation of that sequence then is the response to that question. So therefore, large language model sequences are not just simple sequences, like a sequence of numbers, but instead can also be more complex sequences that might not look like sequences at first, but are also logical sequences if you think about them. Now, as mentioned, large language models in the end are neural networks. And neural networks are in the end just machine learning models, computer programs, you could say, that connect a vast amount of input and calculation nodes organized across multiple layers to then produce an output. Now, there are different kinds of neural networks for different purposes. For example, if you would be training some AI model for working with images, you would often work with so-called convolutional neural networks. But for working with text, the state-of-the-art type of neural networks are so-called transformers or transformer neural networks. Now, the idea behind such a large language model neural network is that in the end you train this network, this model, such that for given inputs, for given text, it produces outputs, words, that produce logically sound sequences of words. And this is done through a very long iterative training process where words are fed in and outputs are then compared to the input words to see if the overall sequence makes sense. Now, in case of the GPT 3.5 model, which is one model that is available through ChatGPT, there were more than 170 billion parameters organized across 96 layers used in that neural network to create this GPT model. Now, the exact technical details are definitely not important for this course and not important in order to use ChatGPT. What is important, though, is to simply understand and be aware of the fact that these GPT models are quite complex models that complete sequences of words and predict words based on billions of parameters. So as you can tell, these large language models indeed, well, are large. They do use complex neural networks. But as I mentioned before, the idea behind such neural networks is to feed in data and then get output data, and then to optimize the neural network by simply checking if that output data makes sense. And that brings up one other question. What exactly was that data that was used for training? And the answer is, well, everything. Basically, the entire publicly available text data from the entire internet. So not just the English language, but all kinds of languages, which also explains why ChatGPT can be used for translating text or for asking questions in non-English languages. And therefore, of course, since basically the entire internet text was used, ChatGPT, of course, knows a lot of patterns and received a lot of input data. Though I will, of course, say that some parts of the text available in the internet were removed from the training data to reduce the danger of these GPT models to produce or generate malicious or dangerous content. So a lot of training data was used, but it's worth knowing that for training those models, it were actually not the human-readable words that were being used for training, but instead those words were translated to so-called tokens, where every token has its own unique ID. Now, these tokens aren't necessarily always entire words. Instead, you can roughly say that 75 words can be broken up into roundabout 100 tokens. And it's these tokens and their IDs that are being used as inputs for these neural networks, so to train these models, these large language models. Technically, there are more transformations and things going on behind the scenes, but that's really not too important for this course and for using ChatGPT. Instead, as you will also see later, it's just important to be aware of this tokens concept. So these GPT models, these large language models, are pretty complex. They received lots of input data, and that's what makes them so powerful. But in the end, that's really important. They are about predicting words. They are about completing sequences by, for example, predicting that for a sentence like this, nice might be the next word that should be added. So every word that's being output by ChatGPT is being predicted based on the words in front of that word. Now that's happening super fast here, but in the end, it's a word-by-word process. So in the end, under the hood, ChatGPT continuously takes a look at the words it output thus far, or the words that were sent as an input by the user, and it then generates possible next words. It assigns possibilities to those words, and it then typically picks the word that has the highest probability. So that, for example, here it could determine that nice makes sense for this sentence, but rich and close might not make too much sense. Those might make more sense in other sentences, but not in this sentence. Now, what's important to understand about this word prediction that's performed by ChatGPT is that the predicted word, nice, for example, is not just based on the word directly in front of the word that's being predicted, but instead these GPT models are able to understand more complex sequences and relations. For example, the GPT models would be able to understand that nice makes sense here because it's related to the weather, not to the word very. If it were just be looking at the word very, rich or close might make sense, but if you take the overall sentence into account, nice of course makes much more sense because, as mentioned here, it would be related to the weather. So the GPT models are able to understand complex relations like this because these models are so complex and have so many input parameters. And therefore, these models are also not just related to single sentences, but instead they can predict words based on relations across multiple sentences or more complex word combinations. And that's why ChatGPT can seem so magical. It looks as if it really understands what we're saying. But in the end, it's really important to keep in mind that it is just predicting words based on the context it has available. So based on the user input and all the words it generated up to this word it's currently predicting. It's all about word prediction, but because of the complexity of these GPT models, it's able to predict these words really well, and it's able to produce complex output and complex text like this one here. So ChatGPT is based on these GPT models, which are in the end large language models, which are these complex neural networks consisting of billions of parameters and dozens of layers. They were trained with huge data sets, almost the entire publicly available text from the internet. But it's worth noting that the final product of this neural network training process in the end just is a pre-trained model, which would be capable of predicting words, but which is not necessarily optimized and fine-tuned for the exact use case where it should be used. That's what happens through fine-tuning, another step during the training phase of these models. So OpenAI did not just build and train that neural network, instead they then also applied fine-tuning to the pre-trained model to produce the final polished and finished GPT model. Now, fine-tuning is in the end all about optimizing the pre-trained model for a specific use case. So, for example, for using it to build this chat-like application. It's this fine-tuned model that's therefore used by ChatGPT, and it's therefore this fine-tuned model with which you, the user, in the end interact when you send your prompts and you get back those responses, the generated output. Though it's also worth noting that technically, when using ChatGPT, all your prompts are first sent to a moderation API owned and maintained by OpenAI, which checks your input and in the end ensures that certain kinds of questions can't be asked. And it's also likely that the output produced by ChatGPT, so by these GPT models, are also fed through that moderation API, so through that moderation program, you could say. Simply to make sure that both the input and the output are free from dangerous or malicious text, so that you, for example, can't ask how to build a bomb. Now that also leads us to the limitations of ChatGPT and these GPT models. When working with ChatGPT, certain kinds of inputs simply aren't allowed, because of this moderation program, which in the end scans all inputs and outputs before allowing them. But there also are some other limitations you should be aware of. For example, limited training data. As mentioned, a huge amount of data was used for training the model. But since training such a complex model does indeed take very long, it actually takes multiple months to train such a model, training data has to be cut off at a certain point of time. For example, GPT 3.5 only has data until September 2021. So if you're asking questions that would require knowledge past September 21, ChatGPT would not be able to help you. So that's one limitation to keep in mind. In addition, it's also really important to keep in mind that even though these responses which you get from ChatGPT can seem very logical and magical, it's about patterns, not logic. As mentioned, ChatGPT predicts words. It assigns probabilities and picks words based on probabilities. It doesn't really understand you, even though it often seems like it does. You can sometimes see this when asking ChatGPT for the result of some mathematical calculation, especially when forcing it to give you just the result without any extra explanation. Since ChatGPT is no calculator and can't do any logical thinking, it's just trying to predict a word, in this case a number, based on some probabilities. And therefore here, for example, it predicted 104, which is wrong. The answer, of course, would be 82. Now, by the way, chances are that if you're running this example, you get a different response, maybe even the right response, because ChatGPT, whilst using probabilities, also has a certain randomness factor built in so that it doesn't always generate exactly the same words. But either way, it can't think logically. It only predicts words based on probabilities combined with that slight randomness factor. Now, one other limitation you should be aware of is that ChatGPT, in its raw form, can only handle and output text. It can't search the internet and it can't execute code, for example. Now, I will say that this is not entirely true if you're using ChatGPT plugins, which at the point of time where we're creating this course are not publicly available. So this plugins feature is not publicly available, but if you have access to it, indeed you can enhance ChatGPT so that it, for example, could be able to actually perform web searches. But if it's just ChatGPT without those plugins, it's not able to do that. Later in the course, though, I will actually show you how you could enhance GPT, these GPT models, yourself with third-party tools. But out of the box, if you just have ChatGPT without plugins, it can really just predict and generate text. There's no built-in calculator, as you can see, and also no built-in web browser or search engine or anything like that. Besides those limitations I mentioned in the previous lecture, there also is another ChatGPT and also in general large language model limitation you should be aware of. The input you're sending to ChatGPT is kind of limited. Or put in other words, you can't send super large amounts of inputs to ChatGPT. Because ChatGPT, or to be precise, those GPT models that are being used under the hood, have a token limit. Now you might recall, tokens are these things which are used instead of words. And as mentioned earlier, a token can be a word, but also be a part of a word. And tokens have these IDs, which are then used by the model. But it's all about these tokens in the end, therefore. And these GPT models have token limits, and the exact limit simply depends on the GPT model that is being used. This token limit, therefore, simply defines the maximum amount of text that can be handled by these GPT models, and therefore, of course, also by ChatGPT. And it's not just about the text you're passing to ChatGPT. Instead, since it is a chat, it's about the entire chat history. Because one huge advantage of ChatGPT is that it's a chat, and is that it keeps those old chat messages your messages and its messages in mind and considers them in combination with your new prompt whenever you're sending a new prompt to ChatGPT. This allows you to ask ChatGPT about something that might have been part of an earlier chat message. But therefore, of course, it's always the entire chat that has to be handled by ChatGPT as an input, and therefore it's the tokens of that entire chat that are taken into account by ChatGPT and that count towards that token limit. And these token limits, this limited context, really matters. For one, ChatGPT doesn't allow you to insert super long prompts. If you, for example, want to use ChatGPT to summarize a very long document and you paste in the entire document combined with your prompt, your question, ChatGPT might not accept this. But besides that, ChatGPT also simply starts to forget certain things as your chat history grows. If you go beyond that token limit, ChatGPT simply forgets certain things it already replied before or you already sent to ChatGPT before. And this token and context limit is therefore, of course, a very important limitation you should be aware of.
We learned how large language models work. Now it's time to go back to ChatGPT. In this module, we will get started with the tool, and for that, we'll have a look at the user interface and we'll write our first prompts. Prompts are our way to interact with the tool, so to start the conversation with ChatGPT. We'll also learn why ChatGPT is not always the single source of truth. ChatGPT provides awesome explanations for many questions, but sometimes we should take a closer look at the answer ChatGPT provides. We'll also go beyond ChatGPT's core capabilities already. ChatGPT is not able to work with current data. When recording this course, September 2021 was the cutoff date for ChatGPT's dataset it was trained with, and ChatGPT also isn't able to access the internet. We'll have a quick look at how we can change this with ChatGPT plugins. Lots of things to learn in this module, so let's get started. After creating your account and logging into ChatGPT, this is the starting screen for non-Plus members. This is the one for Plus members. And as you can see, there are some minor differences, but the core interface is actually the same. Therefore, we'll get started with the non-Plus user here to explore the interface. ChatGPT has two core areas. The first core area is here, this right section in the screen, where we can actually start our conversation with ChatGPT. There we can ask our questions, submit our so-called prompts, and receive our answers, so the output ChatGPT generates. We can simply do this by adding our request, our question, or whatever you want to discuss in ChatGPT in this message box down here. So you can basically ask anything you want, but if you're having a hard time getting started, you can also find some examples up here. If we click one of these examples, the text is automatically added here into our message box, and by pressing enter, we already started our conversation with ChatGPT. The generation of the output can take a few moments, but generally, this is what working with ChatGPT looks like already. You ask a question, you write a so-called prompt, and then ChatGPT outputs the answer inside this specific chat. Talking about chats, this brings us to the second core area of the user interface. In the left column here, we have our so-called chats. Typically, when working in ChatGPT, you organize different projects, different topics you discuss in specific chats. By default, a new chat window was created, and after the first output, ChatGPT automatically comes up with a title for this specific chat. You can, of course, edit the title of this chat by clicking onto this pen symbol, or you can also delete a specific chat by clicking onto this trash symbol and confirming this. You can now either continue the conversation in this chat related to this birthday topic, Or you can also continue the conversation with a completely different topic. That's totally up to you. Typically, as I said, you would create a new chat actually, and then, for example, discuss this third example: how do I make an HTTP request in JavaScript? This is a programming related question, but if we click it again, it is again added to the message box, and then by pressing enter, we created our second chat and started our second conversation in ChatGPT. Now, important, if I switch to another chat whilst this answer is created and then switch back, you see that this didn't work. So you have to wait until the output was generated to switch to a new chat or to add another question in a specific chat. I can press regenerate response though. This will, as the name indicates, regenerate the response in this specific chat. Now this response was created, so we can now switch back to our birthday party ideas. And now I could continue the conversation with ChatGPT based on the output it generated. For example, the third option, the movie night. There I could ask ChatGPT if it has some recommendations for movies I could watch. So I could say, regarding third, can you give me some recommendations? As you see, I don't mention movie recommendations. We'll dive into this in a lot more detail in the next modules. But ChatGPT is a context-aware tool. This means ChatGPT memorizes, so to say, the conversation and the topics discussed in a specific chat. This doesn't work across chats though, so only for the specific chat you are working on. And therefore, we can refer to earlier topics discussed. It is enough to refer to the third option in the list. ChatGPT is context aware. It knows that the third option is a movie night, so I'm referring to movie recommendations here. So if I submit this prompt now, I get some movie recommendations for a 10-year-old's birthday. So this is a first look at chats and how we can start conversations in ChatGPT. We'll explore this in a lot more detail in the next module. There are only some minor things I would like to show you here. One of these are the settings here in the left bottom corner. For the non-Plus members, you get the option to upgrade to a Plus account. And if you click onto your email address, you get some additional options. For example, to clear your conversations. This would delete all your current chats in ChatGPT. And you can also access your settings. There you can change the theme from a dark to a light theme. Or you can go to the data controls menu down here. Chat history and training allows you to enable or disable your chat history. This means you will have the different chats stored, and this information will be used by ChatGPT to further train the model. By default, this option is enabled, so if I disable this and check out my chats once again, I see that I basically don't have the option to work in different chat windows. So in my case, I will turn this option on again. You can also export data. This means you can download the currently active chat conversation. So you will get an email with a downloadable file that contains this conversation. And finally, in the data controls, you can also delete your ChatGPT account. Let's go back to the account once again. In there, you can also find a log out option to log out from ChatGPT. Let's now have a look at the Plus version 2 to see where the differences are. And actually, we only have 3 core differences. The first one can be found in the account settings down here. There we have this My Plan option now to manage our Plus plan. Besides that, we can also see that in the conversations area, the examples are missing. Not a big issue actually. And the third and most important difference is the option to select different models in the Plus version. For the non-Plus version, we can only use a standard predefined model, so to say, which is not as powerful as the ones we have in the Plus version. For this course, we'll use the Plus version now. You can follow along with the non-Plus version, of course, but you will see different and less elaborated results in many cases. So what are these models? What are the differences between the models, and which one should I choose? Let's have a look at these questions in the next lecture. When recording this course, we had the choice between two ChatGPT versions, 3.5 and 4. To be more precise, we actually had the choice between 3 versions, 3.5 Legacy and 3.5 Default. Legacy was already outdated when recording the course, therefore in this course we'll only compare 3.5 Default and 4. The main differences between these two models can be summarized in 3 categories: speed, reasoning, and conciseness. Let's start with speed, the most obvious one. ChatGPT 3.5 is a lot faster than GPT-4 when creating outputs. The interesting question is, why is 4 so much slower? The answer can be found in the reasoning and conciseness categories. The reasoning of ChatGPT-4 is way more advanced than the reasoning of 3.5. But what is reasoning actually? From a human perspective, reasoning means that you answer in a logical way. So you provide an answer based on the question you get and all the things you know about the topic, so you consider all factors you are aware of. As we learned in this course, although ChatGPT feels quite human-like in the conversation from time to time, it actually is a large language model. It was trained with lots and lots of data and established connections between the different data it was trained with. As ChatGPT-4 was trained with way more data and is also able to process a lot more data, it simply can calculate the probabilities for the next character, word, or sentence based on a bigger database. And therefore, the information ChatGPT-4 provides, or the output it provides, is more elaborated and more logical. Therefore, we have this big difference between 3.5 and 4 here. Same applies to the conciseness category. There, ChatGPT-4 is also way stronger than ChatGPT 3.5. Conciseness here simply can be described as efficiency. ChatGPT tries to provide the output with all required information with as less words and as less tokens as possible. So to summarize this slide, 3.5 is the faster model, but 4 is the more powerful model. So for simple tasks, for simple questions, you can use 3.5, but for more complex tasks, you should go with version 4. In this course, we'll also use version 4, but before we do that, I want to show you some of these differences we see on the slide in a practical example. This example is actually an official example by the OpenAI team, but I think it's a great one to show the differences between these two models. In a nutshell, this example is all about finding a 30-minute meeting slot for 3 different people. Everybody has different availabilities, and now we ask ChatGPT what would be the slot where all people are available. You can find the prompt attached to the video, by the way, so feel free to try this also on your own. The only working solution here, so the only working time slot for everybody, is 12 p.m. to 12:30 p.m., so noon to 12:30. So here I'm back in the Plus version of ChatGPT, and there I selected the default 3.5 model. We now paste the prompt, the message, or the question, whatever you want to call it, in the message box, and now submit it. Please note that I pasted the prompt without any paragraphs. We will learn why this is important a bit later in the course, so for the moment we just take this as given. Here we have the output ChatGPT 3.5 provided, and obviously we have 4 different options. The problem is though that none of these answers is correct. Because actually the only time slot that works for all people is noon, so 12 p.m., and ChatGPT 3.5 was not able to find this time slot. If we take this sentence now and open a new chat window, and select GPT-4 instead, let's see what the output looks like here. And in contrast to 3.5, ChatGPT-4 was able to find the only working time slot 12 p.m. You should know though that ChatGPT has a randomness factor integrated. Therefore, if you write exactly the same prompt, you won't get exactly the same output. Differences can refer to some words only, some sentences, but also the general content can and will be different to the one that you see here on my screen and also on your machine if you resend the same prompt again and again. Always keep this randomness in mind. Therefore, you of course can and should follow along this course, but you will not get exactly the same results. As you see, ChatGPT 4 is the more powerful model, so to say. You can also use 3.5 to play around or if you have simpler tasks that you want to perform. But our recommendation would be ChatGPT 4, and therefore we'll also use ChatGPT 4 for the recording of this course from this point on. So this is it regarding the models. Let's now have a closer look at prompts. Throughout this course, we worked with prompts already. We learned that a prompt is your ChatGPT input that describes your problem or your request that you have for ChatGPT. And this makes prompts one of the most important, if not the most important feature that you have to know to make the most out of ChatGPT. Therefore, in this lecture, I want to have a look at some examples on how to use prompts. Some basic examples only though, because in the next module, we'll dive into prompt engineering, and there we will learn all about prompts and how to write the perfect prompt for your needs. This lecture is just about the basics though, so let's get started with prompts which simply ask for simple facts. Such a prompt could be, how many citizens does Barcelona have? This is a simple fact-based question. ChatGPT quickly explains its cutoff date, September 2021, and then returns the population count according to its sources. Same thing applies for the next question. Who was the first president of the United States? This is also a simple fact-based question, a simple fact-based prompt. So no big surprise, ChatGPT returns that George Washington was the first president, again with some additional information. These questions are not related to each other, and these are also questions you could use Google for, because it would return many results, but all results would state the population count of Barcelona and that George Washington was the first president of the United States. So simple facts. Also fact-related but slightly different is the following prompt. Who is Michael Jordan? Now, most of you would say, well, Michael Jordan is a basketball player. And if I ask ChatGPT, no big surprise, ChatGPT also comes up with Michael Jordan here. Nothing wrong about this, and indeed I was looking for Michael Jordan, but ChatGPT came up with this solution because based on the patterns and probabilities it has due to its dataset it was trained with, it assumes that if I look for Michael Jordan, I'm looking for the basketball player. If I would Google Michael Jordan, I would find other Michael Jordans probably. Still, the basketball player would be amongst the top results. So this is nothing bad. ChatGPT only returns one result. We know that already. However, these are simple fact-based prompts. I mentioned that. But we can also use prompts differently in ChatGPT. ChatGPT is context aware. This means it remembers, let's call it remembers, the topics discussed in a specific chat. Therefore, we can also write prompts assuming that ChatGPT is aware of what was discussed earlier in this chat. Let's say we ask ChatGPT what a Wiener Schnitzel is. In case you don't know about it, a Wiener Schnitzel is a very delicious Austrian food. Then we would get an answer, and then we could ask, please give me the recipe. We don't mention the schnitzel, but as ChatGPT is context aware, it should know that the recipe refers to the schnitzel. And even more, we could ask afterwards that we need a shopping list with all ingredients for this specific recipe, but as I know that schnitzel contains meat, I bought the meat already, so this is not required. So let's now add exactly these prompts to ChatGPT and let's see what the output looks like. So I'll add a new chat for this. I could also add it in this chat here, but to keep things structured, I'll use a new chat. And now we ask what the schnitzel is, and no big surprise, ChatGPT tells us about the Austrian dish and gives us some more facts about the schnitzel. And now with our next prompt, please give me the recipe, we initiate this conversation-like style with ChatGPT. So instead of mentioning that we want to cook a schnitzel again, we assume that ChatGPT knows that we are talking about the schnitzel, so ChatGPT remembers the context of our conversation. Therefore, by just adding, please give me the recipe, we get back the recipe for a traditional Wiener Schnitzel. And this is what makes GPT such a great tool actually. It feels like human interaction. You can't just ask questions, you don't have to repeat yourself because you know that ChatGPT knows what you are talking about. Keep in mind though, ChatGPT is just a large language model, so it's all about probabilities and patterns. But still, the feeling is like interacting with a human being, and this makes it very intuitive. So now ChatGPT provided a recipe and also the ingredients. And now in the next prompt, where we ask for the shopping list with all ingredients, we refer to the initial prompt, where we talk about the schnitzel, and to the second prompt, where we talk about the recipe. Additionally, we also want to exclude something, the meat, as we bought this already. This prompt again shows us this conversation-like style. ChatGPT understood. It doesn't really understand it, I mentioned this already, but pretends to understand what we want to have and therefore provides the shopping list for the recipe of the previous output, excluding the meat. So these are two different ways how to use prompts in ChatGPT. Either this Google-like style we all know from the past, or this new and actually amazing conversation-like style, which takes the entire conversation into context and therefore makes it a lot more exciting to get the output that you need. When working with prompts, you should also know that you can regenerate responses and edit prompts. We saw the regenerate feature already when switching to a different chat whilst the output was created. Then the generation of the output was cancelled, and with regenerate, the output generation started again. In this case, we have a working output already, but let's say that the answers ChatGPT provided do not satisfy you. By clicking Regenerate Response here, ChatGPT regenerates the last response again. And with this little menu here, you can switch between the previous and the last output. Both are almost equal, but this should just demonstrate that in case you're not totally satisfied with a solution, you don't have to rewrite your prompt. You can also try to regenerate the response and see if the output you get then better fits your requirements. This switching logic can also be used when editing prompt, because if you go back to the second prompt, for example, and press this edit icon, and here you could state that you need the recipe without the ingredients for whatever reason, then you can save and submit this edited prompt. And now the initial prompt and the initial output is still displayed, but below that we again get this selection menu. Here in the second tab, so to say, we now get the edited prompt and the edited output. And if we switch back to the previous tab or page, we still have the other conversation that we had with ChatGPT. Now this can become a bit cumbersome if you start editing and regenerating all the time, but this is a feature which is nice to have for some situations. It is also important to understand that ChatGPT is only context aware for the chat that is displayed here in one line. Meaning it has the context for this entire conversation and for that conversation. So if you would, for example, ask something totally different like, what is the capital of Germany? It states Berlin. And if I ask, tell me 3 things I can do there, then it has the context to Berlin. But if I now switch back to the other tab, or whatever you want to call this, and now ask, tell me, what did I ask? I forgot it, to be honest. It was, let's copy it. So let's go back. So tell me 3 things I can do there. Then it assumes that we talk about Vienna, Austria, but it doesn't understand that we refer to Berlin. Because as mentioned, ChatGPT is only context aware for the currently displayed chat, not for other sub-chats that you might have inside this chat. 2 more things about prompts. If you accidentally send a prompt by accidentally hitting enter, for example, or if you realize after sending the prompt that you actually want to edit the prompt, for example, then you can stop the generation of the response. If we have the following prompt, give me a list of all teams that participated in the soccer World Championships in 2014. If I send this, I can press stop generating down here. This stops generating the output, obviously, and now I can simply edit the previous prompt and turn this into the European World Championships 2016, for example. Now by pressing save and submit, a new tab, as we called it, will again be opened when editing the prompt, but with that logic, you can save some time by not creating unrequired or unintended output. Talking about accidentally sending prompts, if you want to write a prompt containing paragraphs, for example, I need the following data, and now after the colon you want to have a new paragraph. If you hit Command Enter or Enter, this will send the prompt. But if you press Shift Enter, this will add a paragraph, and then you can continue writing your prompt in a new line. So these are some more prompt basics and some nice things to know. Now we'll have a closer look at ChatGPT's output. Because ChatGPT provides amazing output most of the time, but sometimes you should have a closer look. ChatGPT is awesome, right? I can ask anything I want and I get back one single answer that helps me. Well, yes and no, because there is one big problem about ChatGPT. You should be aware of hallucinations. Hallucinations simply mean that ChatGPT can create incorrect and non-context related output that still sounds perfectly plausible. Let me give you one example for such hallucinations. This is our website, academind.com, and this article here was written on March 28, 2022. Now, as you learned in this course already, the cutoff date for the data ChatGPT-4 was trained with is September 2021. So what if I now take the URL of this specific article and paste it here with some nice text like, please summarize this article for me. ChatGPT comes up with an answer pretending to know what the article is all about. Now, pretending here is important because, as you know, ChatGPT by default has no internet access. And as it doesn't have this access and was trained with data until September 2021 only, it has no way to access the actual information of this article. What it does though is it takes the URL, which states the core content of this article, and then adds information based on the data it was trained with, pretending to know what the article is all about. It simply gives you the impression within this tutorial by Academind that it really summarizes the content of this website, of this article. And I won't dive into whether this is right or wrong, what is written here. The thing you have to be careful about when using ChatGPT is that it sometimes provides output that seems to be correct, but actually isn't. ChatGPT gets better and better, so such problems will become less important probably in the future, but at the time when recording this video, hallucinations or incorrect output can occur in ChatGPT 4. Throughout this course and when working with ChatGPT, you will have the situation from time to time that the output generated by ChatGPT is beyond its token limit. So it simply can't generate the entire output and the output generation will just stop. An example would be this text here that I prepared, or that ChatGPT prepared to be more precise. If I tell ChatGPT to translate this text to German, French, and Spanish, for example, then ChatGPT starts with the translation, but at this point here, the output generation stops. As mentioned, this is due to the token limit that limits the length of the output that a ChatGPT response can have. You cannot change this limit, but you can just continue the output at the position where it stopped in the next output. You only have to type continue, and now ChatGPT will continue exactly at the position where it stopped the output generation in the last response it provided. So here this happens again, so we can again type continue. And so we get the full translation of this text into the 3 languages. So no matter if you're working with text or with code or whatever in ChatGPT, this always works, so keep this in mind for later modules and for your own projects. Another term you might come across when getting started or diving into ChatGPT are plugins. Plugins are tools that can be used in connection with ChatGPT with the goal to enhance ChatGPT's capabilities. One core application area for such plugins is code execution. So with plugins, we would be able to write and execute code directly in the browser, so directly in ChatGPT. By default, ChatGPT is only able to generate code for us, but the execution inside the browser is not possible. We have to do this on our own, on our machines. Another core thing ChatGPT doesn't have at the moment by default is internet access. Internet access is also one of the core areas tackled by plugins, because with internet access, we could retrieve latest data, by connecting ChatGPT to the internet. This sounds all amazing, so adding these features to ChatGPT via plugins would make it an even better and even more impressive tool, generating even better and more up-to-date results. The problem is that plugins at the moment are not publicly available. Limited alpha access is possible through a waitlist, but this waitlist is quite long at the moment. You can also find out more about plugins on the official OpenAI website. There you can, for example, join this waitlist I was referring to. You can dive into the official docs already. And if you scroll down a little bit more, you can find more information about plugins in general. And you can also find information about some companies that have plugin access already and use these plugins for their companies in connection with ChatGPT. This is obviously a very theoretical lecture, so let me give you one example how such plugins could be integrated into ChatGPT. Let's say you want to plan a city trip with the help of ChatGPT. Therefore, you would get started to enable required plugins first. So plugins that are required for a city trip could be a plugin to get access to a website that allows you to book flights and hotels. And if you're looking for restaurants, you could also activate the plugin that allows you to book a table at a restaurant. The typical way to plan the trip now could be to select a destination first. So you could, for example, let ChatGPT give you a list of great travel destinations and then you select one. Afterwards, you let ChatGPT book the flight and the hotel. This is something that is not possible at the moment without having a plugin. with a plugin with the required internet access and access to the site that allows you to book the flight and the hotel. This would enhance the capabilities of ChatGPT here significantly. And once you are at the destination, you could also use ChatGPT and the plugin to find a restaurant and to book a table at the restaurant of your choice. So this is an example use case for such plugins. As you learned, plugins are not publicly available yet, but when diving into ChatGPT, at least having heard about plugins and understanding the general idea behind these is important in my opinion. Therefore, we wanted to give you at least a quick introduction into this topic.
So now that we got started with ChatGPT and also had a look behind the scenes, it's time to dive deeper. And in this course section, we're going to dive into prompt engineering. And prompt engineering, in the end, is simply about writing good prompts, about getting good results. And therefore, in this course section, you will learn how you can fine-tune and optimize your ChatGPT prompts. You will learn about different prompting strategies and different approaches you can take. And of course, you're going to learn all these things by diving into multiple examples. So prompt engineering is important, but why exactly should you care about it? Well, because as mentioned in the previous lecture, prompt engineering is in the end all about writing good prompts, and good prompts lead to good results. I could, for example, ask ChatGPT to write me a blog post about hiking. Now, if I do that, I will of course get such a blog post. But the blog post will be pretty generic, not very specific, and might not be too interesting to read, because I also had a pretty generic prompt with not a lot of information in it. So whilst this could be the blog post we want, it's quite likely that it's not, that we might want a more specific blog post. And we can get a more specific blog post by fine-tuning and adjusting and improving our prompt. For example, here I have another prompt where I want ChatGPT to generate a blog post about hiking, but this time I'm providing more information to ChatGPT, more context. And as you will learn in this course section, context is everything. It's super important when writing prompts. So here I'm providing more context, and as a result, when sending that prompt to ChatGPT, I get a way more detailed and specific blog post that is probably way more useful to me. And that's why prompt engineering matters and what prompt engineering is all about in the end. It is about writing good prompts and getting good results. And writing good prompts, as you will see in this section, is all about adding just the right information and just the right context to the right goal. So how do you write good prompts? How do you create good ChatGPT prompts? Well, in the end, every good prompt consists of two main elements. And that would be the goal of your prompt and some additional context, some additional information that helps ChatGPT produce a better result, better output for the prompt you specified, for the goal you specified with your prompt. Though this context part could actually be broken up into two separate types of context, two separate types of extra information. Because it is quite common that for many prompts, you add a role to the prompt. So where you assign a role to ChatGPT, so that it's not just the default AI assistant anymore, but that it's instead something more specific defined by you. For example, if we want ChatGPT to create a highly engaging tweet, which we can post on Twitter, we could specify a goal that could be write a tweet about hiking, but we could also specify an extra role, typically before specifying the goal. And in that extra role, you can tell ChatGPT how it should behave, hence giving ChatGPT extra context, which it will use for generating the result, the output. Now, adding such a role to your prompt is totally optional and definitely not needed for all prompts. Indeed, there are many kinds of prompts where adding such a role simply isn't needed or doesn't make sense. For example, if you're asking ChatGPT who the 16th president of the United States was, you don't need to add an extra role. The question alone is enough. But for some prompts, like this one here, adding such an extra role can make a lot of sense. Now, besides adding such an optional role, you can also add extra constraints or extra information to your prompt. And this is also optional, but highly recommended, since adding such extra constraints and extra information makes almost all prompts better, and therefore also makes almost all responses better. And in the end, both roles and extra information or constraints are of course all about adding that extra context, which I mentioned before. For example, here I added a constraint that the response, the output generated by ChatGPT, should contain no more than 2 emojis at most, and that the target audience are nature enthusiasts. In addition, I added some extra information here where I tell ChatGPT that the tweet it generates should highlight 2 advantages of going on a hike regularly. As a result here, I get this tweet about the advantages of going on a hike regularly, which only uses 2 emojis as instructed by me, and which clearly targets nature enthusiasts. And that's of course just a basic example. Throughout the course and throughout this section you will see way more examples, but the general idea is always the same. With every prompt you have a goal, and pretty much all prompts get better when you add extra context, additional information, and that extra context, as mentioned, can be added by adding a role, which makes sense for some but not all prompts, and by adding extra constraints or information, which makes sense for a lot of prompts. So context is important, and you learned that you can add context by adding roles and constraints or extra information. Using this basic strategy and keeping those core elements that make up prompts in mind will often lead to great results. But no matter how good the results are, the initial result, the first result you get from ChatGPT, might not be exactly what you're looking for. For example, here in this tweet, we might be happy with the start of the tweet, but maybe I then don't want to have this "let's embrace the trails and breathe the magic of the great outdoors" part in there. Maybe I instead want to add a personal note, a personal touch to this tweet, and maybe I also want to encourage my target audience, the people who read the tweet, to share what they think about hiking. And whilst you still might want to change some parts of that final response, which, by the way, is something I absolutely would recommend, because ChatGPT can be a great starting point, but you should always take a critical look at the results it gives you and fine-tune them as needed for your specific use case. But whilst you can do all of that, using follow-up messages and taking advantage of the fact that you're dealing with a chat, where ChatGPT will take all messages into account, not just your latest message, can lead to better results and therefore better starting points for your finishing touches. And since ChatGPT takes the entire chat history into account and not just your latest message, which is really important, you don't have to put as much information into your follow-up message. Instead, this can simply be a simpler message where you don't set a role or anything like that, but where you just define the extra goal or change that should be applied by ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will automatically look at the existing history and put your new message into context to that existing history. So it will connect the new message with that existing history. And that's, of course, a super powerful feature which allows you to use ChatGPT in a highly efficient way. Therefore, you also don't have to get that initial prompt 100% right. You don't have to come up with the perfect initial prompt. Instead, you can refine the response and the result over time by sending follow-up messages. And that is absolutely something you should be aware of because it is a key ChatGPT feature. It's called ChatGPT after all, and not one message GPT or something like this. So when working with ChatGPT and when constructing prompts, context is really important. But which kind of context, which kind of information should you add to your prompts? Well, in the end, of course, any information that's important for your goal, for the main purpose of your prompt, but whichever context you are adding, and I'll dive into some more concrete examples in just a second, whichever context you are adding, you should prefer short, focused sentences. For some prompts, you can also just use a list of keywords, like a bullet list or anything like that, and that might give you good results, but in general, right now, it seems as if short sentences that contain the relevant data are better than simple lists of keywords. Now, that being said, though, of course, you should include all the important keywords that you need for your prompt, just not as a list of keywords, but instead enclosed into short, focused sentences. You should definitely avoid adding unnecessary information to your prompts, though. Anything that's not needed to achieve your goal could distract ChatGPT and could therefore lead to a suboptimal result. Now, besides adding some general keywords and goal-specific information, there are some types of information that are needed for almost all prompts. For example, for many prompts, you might want to define the target audience of the prompt. If you're asking ChatGPT to create a tweet for you, you might want to specify who's the target audience of that tweet, since that of course helps ChatGPT fine-tune the tweet towards that target audience. You also might want to control the tone, style, and length of the output. If it should be friendly or very determined, if it should be a very long response or pretty short. You can also define how many characters you want to have in that result output, for example. And speaking of that output, another important kind of context you might want to add to some prompts is the output format. Now, the default is that you get text, and for many use cases, that's exactly what you need. But you can use ChatGPT for all kinds of scenarios, for example, also to generate some dummy data that you might want to use in one of your projects. For example, if you're developing an application or if you're practicing data science. And in such scenarios, it could be helpful to tell ChatGPT that you want the output in JSON format, or in CSV format, or that you want unformatted markdown, so raw markdown format, which you then could feed into your application where it then might get formatted. So it's really important to also be aware of this fact, that you can control the output format. So learning about the importance of context and giving you some ideas of context you might want to add to your prompts, always depending on the goal you're trying to achieve, of course, though, is important, but it's only practice that makes perfect. And therefore, I prepared a couple of examples which you can use to practice what you learned over the last lectures. And of course, in the next lecture, I will also show you how I would approach those examples and how I would try to create prompts that give me the best possible result for those examples. Now you see the examples here, and my challenge for you is to take these examples and try to create your own prompts, which you then feed into ChatGPT. And definitely try out different prompts and try refining the result with follow-up chat messages. As mentioned in the next lecture, I will show you how I would approach these tasks, but of course it's very important to keep in mind that we're dealing with a dynamic system here. So of course, even if you take exactly the same prompts as I'm using, you're likely to not get exactly the same output, and you might even come up with a prompt that produces a better output than my prompts do. So definitely take this as a chance to practice what you learned, play around with different prompt styles and different pieces of context that you add to those prompts, and then take a look at my example solutions in the next lecture. So, did you play around with those tasks and create your own prompts? Here are the example prompts I would draft. And I'll of course start with the first exercise here, with the first task. The goal here is to create a short product announcement text for a new AI-powered website generator. Now, with this task in mind, here's the example prompt I came up with. You are a product marketer AI whose job includes the creation of highly engaging and high converting product announcement texts. So here I'm assigning a role to ChatGPT, and with that I already set some important context here. For example, I define that any output produced by ChatGPT should be text that's highly engaging and leads to a high conversion rate. I also make it clear that we're talking about product announcements here. Now with that role set, I then define the goal of this prompt by writing, your goal is to write a short product announcement text for a new AI-powered website generator. So here I'm basically picking up the text that was set by the task, and I'm setting this as a main goal for ChatGPT. With that out of the way, I then add some extra context. I define the intended output length, that it should be less than 400 characters long, and I set the target audience, that it has no programming experience and is not necessarily tech savvy. Then I also add some extra request to this prompt, you could say, by adding this piece of context. Highlight key advantages of this new product, the ease of use, finished websites in minutes, and highly customizable. Now, of course, I totally made that up. That's not part of the task, and if you did not add this, that's absolutely fine. This is just an example here, and of course, in real life, it would be realistic that we might want to highlight certain advantages of the product we are launching and that we know such advantages. That's why I'm including them here. Now, as you can see, with that prompt, I did indeed use short, focused sentences. I also added important keywords, like these advantages here, that it should be a short text, that it's a product announcement text. I described the product itself, and I added highly engaging and high converting here for extra context. And I did also define the target audience and the length of the expected output. I only indirectly set the tone and style here simply by defining the target audience in the end, that it has no programming experience and is not necessarily tech savvy. That should ensure that the response doesn't include any terms or wording that's not easily understood by a non-tech savvy audience. Now, I did not set any specific output format because I'm happy with standard text. Now, if I send this prompt to ChatGPT, I therefore get a result. I get this product announcement text. And as you see, it is pretty short. As requested, it's definitely less than 400 characters long. It includes the key information I wanted to include, and I would argue it definitely targets a non-tech savvy audience. Now, could you refine this? For sure. I could, for example, add a follow-up chat message where I tell ChatGPT to also add a call to action paragraph that prompts users to sign up for a free demo, because it would probably be realistic that if we had such a product, that we would be offering some kind of trial period or free demo, and adding this to the product announcement could make a lot of sense. So therefore, by sending this message, I also get this additional paragraph, which I can add at the end of that announcement text I got before. ChatGPT even tells me where I could insert my link that leads to the demo website. And that's therefore my solution for this first task. Now, definitely also share your solutions, because we're all going to learn way more if we share our experience with each other and if we share our learnings with each other. So definitely go to the Q&A section and share your prompt solution there, and let me know which example prompt you came up with. So now, with that first exercise out of the way, let's dive into the next one. Create a Python code snippet that searches and deletes all PNG and JPEG files in a given folder. Now, we could, of course, simply take that exercise text and paste it into the chat prompt here. And if we would send this, we would indeed probably get a result that is exactly what we want. We would probably get such a Python code snippet that we could use and that we could execute on our system to perform the intended task. Now, you could absolutely stop here, therefore, and use this snippet. But I actually want to tweak this prompt here. For example, I came up with this prompt here. I'm again setting a role, which probably could be omitted here, but which also doesn't hurt. Then I again just copied in that text from the exercise, which in the end sets the goal for this prompt. But then I also added some additional context here. The user who executes the script should be able to define the folder dynamically. The script should accept the folder path as an input. Again, I'm using short, focused sentences here, and I'm adding some crucial extra context here, because that will actually change the content of the code snippet that will be created. Because in the previous code snippet which I got, and it's definitely possible that you got a different response, but in the code snippet I got, the path which would have been searched was included in the script code. Now, of course, you could replace it there, but it was directly in the script code. Now I want to get a script which, when executed, prompts the user for the path that should be searched, so that you don't need to go back to the code and update it whenever you want to search a different path, but that instead you can use this script without any changes, and it simply asks you for the path that should be searched. That's the goal here. In addition, I also control the output format. I'm telling ChatGPT that I just want the code snippet without all those extra explanations. Again, that of course might be something you do want, but here I just want the code. Therefore, if I do send this, I get just that code. Now, unfortunately, here for me, it also omitted all the formatting, which might not be the case for you. So therefore here I'm sending a follow-up message where I'm telling ChatGPT that it should format the code and style it as code in its response. And that now gives me the code in this more readable format here. With that, I then have some code that could be used to perform the given task. Now, for the last exercise here, the goal was to create a ChatGPT prompt that writes an email to a colleague that you need feedback from. You need feedback on your submitted prototype, which you seem to have submitted to that colleague, until the end of the week. Now, for this exercise, for this task, I came up with this example prompt. Again, just one possible solution. Definitely also share yours. Now here in my prompt, I again, as pretty much always, I do set a role. making it clear that we're talking about writing emails here. Then I pick this role up again in my goal, where I describe the main goal of this prompt here. And then thereafter, I again add some extra context that the email should be friendly yet determined. So with that, I'm setting the tone of the target output. That ChatGPT in its result, in its output, should make it clear that the feedback is definitely needed until the end of the week. Again, highlighting the importance of this part of the goal by repeating those important keywords, end of the week. And then I also control the length of the response by making it clear that it should be a short, concise email, and I add the name of the colleague so that it can be included in the output generated by ChatGPT. If I now send this, ChatGPT goes ahead, gives me a subject even though I did not explicitly tell ChatGPT to add one, and then writes me that email. It's friendly and yet makes it very clear that I do need that feedback as soon as possible. You could say definitely until the end of the week. Now, of course, as all the results provided by ChatGPT, as mentioned earlier in the course, this is just a starting point. You can, of course, still tweak and refine it, and indeed often that is absolutely recommended. You might want to give it your own personal touch, but you can, of course, also just take it, plug in your name and send that email like this, and you saved yourself a couple of minutes of coming up with such an email yourself. So at this point, you already learned about a lot of important key concepts that you should be aware of when creating ChatGPT prompts. In the end, it's all about adding context, but as you learned, this context can take different shapes and contain different pieces of information. Now, in addition to all the concepts you learned up to this point, you also should be aware of another important aspect of prompt engineering. You should be aware of 0, 1, or few-shot prompting. And whilst this might sound fancy, it in the end simply means that you might want to provide some example output snippets as part of your prompt to help ChatGPT come up with its output, taking the tone, style, content structure, and other important pieces of information from your examples into account for the output created by ChatGPT. Now, 0-shot prompting is in the end what we did thus far. It simply means that you don't add any example to the prompt, and for many use cases and scenarios, this is absolutely fine, as you, for example, saw with the exercises I gave you in the previous lectures. But for certain use cases or scenarios, it could make sense to include one or a couple of examples in your prompt. Now, you definitely should not overdo it. You should not start putting huge amounts of examples into your prompt, because chances are high that this will actually, in the end, kind of confuse ChatGPT and add too much context, leading to worse results. But including a few short, concise examples to your prompt can lead to better results in certain scenarios. For example, the tweet I get from ChatGPT when just asking it to give me a tweet about the core idea behind ChatGPT is good, but doesn't really sound like I wrote it. It's not really written in the style I normally write my tweets in. That's why we could try one-shot prompting and give ChatGPT one example tweet which I did actually write. Or in this case, a part of a tweet I actually wrote. I'm providing it as an example to ChatGPT here to kind of set the tone of the tweet I want ChatGPT to generate. Now, it also picks up some parts of the content of the tweet I did write in the past, but that makes a lot of sense here, since the tweet I want ChatGPT to generate is about generally the same topic as the tweet I provided as an example. Now, to fine-tune the tone and style even more, we could also try few-shot prompting and provide 2 tweets as inputs, 2 example tweets. I have the same tweet as before, but now I also added a second tweet that has nothing to do with ChatGPT, and that's only there to give ChatGPT a better idea of my writing style and how my tweets look like. And with those example tweets provided, I'm indeed quite happy with the output I got here, though of course, as always, it is a starting point and I might want to tweak it a bit more. I might want to finish it personally on my own and give it my personal touch, but in my opinion, it's definitely better and better fits my writing style than the original example tweet I got from ChatGPT. Now, in the last lecture, we did learn about 0, 1, and few-shot prompting, where you simply add a couple of examples to your prompts to help ChatGPT generate a response that fits your exact requirements. Now, there also is a prompting technique related to one-shot prompting, and that technique is all about providing a template for the response generated by ChatGPT. For example, here, I want to get a list of 5 great travel destinations for this summer. And I'm providing a template to ChatGPT with which I tell ChatGPT how the output should be formatted. Now, of course, when it comes to formatting the output, you can also always tell ChatGPT that you want JSON or CSV or any other kind of data format as an output. But here I want to have plain text and still have that text being formatted in a certain way. And that's what I'm telling ChatGPT with that template here. And adding such a template, defining such a template, can also be considered to be a case of one-shot prompting. Now, in addition, here, we could combine this with actual one-shot or few-shot prompting by adding in an actual example where this output is being used with some example data to make sure that ChatGPT really understands what we want and produces an output that uses our template but also contains the content we want to have. If I send this here, for example, I do indeed get a couple of travel destinations where every destination is formatted using my template. So providing such a template can be another interesting addition to your prompts and can be something you might want to do to ensure that you're getting exactly the response in the format you want to get it. Now, related to the concept of one and few-shot prompting and providing templates, there is another concept that can lead to better results, at least in some cases. You can provide cues, hints to ChatGPT. For example, let's say we want to get ChatGPT to summarize an article for us. For that, we could start with this role and then add this goal here, summarize the below article. Then I'll paste in that article, and thereafter I'm adding this instruction here, this piece of extra context to the prompt. I'm saying summarize the above article starting like this. The key takeaways of the article are, and then I have one empty bullet point here. This part here is a cue, a hint for ChatGPT, basically telling ChatGPT how it should start its response. And since ChatGPT and the underlying models, as you learned earlier in the course, are all about predicting words and completing sequences, completing text, you could say, it then tries to complete this sequence, this initial sequence, which I am providing to ChatGPT. So if I hit enter here, it therefore goes ahead and as you see, it starts with the text I gave it and then adds a bullet point list with different key takeaways of that article I provided to it. So providing such cues, such hints to ChatGPT can be another powerful trick for getting ChatGPT to give you a result in the format you want it to get, and also sometimes to push ChatGPT into a certain direction or to get ChatGPT to focus on a certain aspect of its task. Now, in the previous lecture, you learned about cues and hints. And as an example there, I asked ChatGPT to summarize a quite long article. And here, this worked without issues, and in my experience, it often works without issues. But sometimes, when passing long pieces of content to ChatGPT, which then in the end are mixed with your own instructions that refer to that content, ChatGPT can have problems differentiating the content on which it should work from your other instructions. And in such cases, to repeat that example from before, you could also separate the main content on which ChatGPT should work from your other instructions by wrapping it with 3 double quotes, for example. So with an identifier like this, which does not typically occur in either your instructions or the content. So I add such a separator, the 3 quotes. You could also try 3 dashes, for example, but here I'll use the 3 quotes. And I'll also add 3 quotes here at the end of this article before my other instructions start again. So that this hopefully helps ChatGPT find out which part of the prompt are my instructions and which part of the prompt is the article. Though, of course, it's always important to keep in mind that ChatGPT, of course, can't think. Instead, the idea with separators like this here simply is to kind of get ChatGPT to complete the sequence you're giving to it correctly. And adding such separators simply is a trick that sometimes produced better results than if you used the same prompt without such a separator. So here, if I send this to ChatGPT, it goes ahead and gives me those key takeaways again. And here, adding these separators doesn't really make a difference, but nonetheless, it's also a concept and a trick you should be aware of. And now you do know about it. Now at this point, you got a solid foundation, a solid overview of some core prompting techniques and the core elements that make up a prompt. Now in this and the next lecture, I want to dive a bit deeper into prompting and take a look at some advanced techniques, if you want to call them like this, though all these techniques do in the end use all those concepts and elements covered in the previous lectures. Now, the first slightly more advanced technique into which I want to dive is the ask before answer prompting technique. And the idea here simply is that you, in the end, still have your role, goal, and your constraints and extra information, but in addition, in your prompt, you tell ChatGPT that before generating its main answer to your prompt, it should first ask a couple of clarification questions. A couple of questions that allow ChatGPT to produce a better answer. Now here's an example for this technique. Now in this prompt, I'm again defining a role that ChatGPT should act as an experienced travel blogger with a focus on destinations for nature and activity lovers. And then I define the actual goal, which is to write a blog post about snorkeling at Champagne Beach on Dominica, which is really amazing. I've been there last year, can totally recommend it, but that's a side note. And then I'm also providing some extra information, but I also added this last paragraph here, where I tell ChatGPT that it should first ask me for more information if such extra information is needed to make sure that the best possible blog post is being written here. Now to see the difference, I'll first of all get rid of that last paragraph and then generate this blog post by just sending this prompt. And I'm getting a decent blog post with some nice information inside of it. Definitely not too bad. Definitely a blog post that could be used, but also really not too special. Therefore, here's the same prompt again, now with that last paragraph being added. And if I send this to ChatGPT, it indeed does ask me for additional information. Specifically here, it's asking me for extra details about Champagne Beach, which I might want to highlight, like for example more details of the marine life, the snorkeling conditions, or nearby attractions. So therefore here, as a follow-up message, I provide more details about Champagne Beach, why it's so special, about the marine life that can be expected there, and I'm adding that extra information that you should be a somewhat experienced swimmer if you're going to go snorkeling there, because the conditions there can be challenging if winds and currents are strong. So with that sent, ChatGPT then goes ahead and generates me a great blog post which I could use on my website, which features those additional little details that I provided and which therefore arguably is better than the first version, which did not have all that extra information. So therefore, this ask before answer prompting technique is really not too special. It's still all about defining a goal, a role, and some extra constraints and information. But you're taking advantage of ChatGPT's vast knowledge pool and its capabilities to help you generate a better response and some better output by simply telling ChatGPT that it should ask you for additional information and clarification before it goes ahead and generates the final output. And that's a nice extra trick you should be aware of. Now, another prompting technique I can recommend, because it can sometimes be useful, is perspective prompting, where the idea simply is that you let ChatGPT assume different perspectives as it generates its response and its output. Now, the default pretty much is for ChatGPT to use no specific perspective. Like, for example, when you ask ChatGPT to create a travel plan for a 2-week yoga retreat in Austria. Here, I'm not asking for any specific perspective, and therefore I might get a fairly standard response. Now, the response I got here is actually not too bad, and could of course be fine-tuned by adding more information to the original prompt. We could add more details, we could add a role here, we could do all these things about which we learned. But we can also use this perspective prompting technique to let ChatGPT take on a certain perspective. For example, a single perspective, which in the end is assumed because of us engineering the prompt in a certain way. Here, for example, we could tell ChatGPT that it should create this travel plan from the perspective of a yoga trainer. Now, if we do that, we also get a plan, but now a plan that's meant to be used by a yoga trainer. And suddenly, it's a totally different plan. At least here for me, as always, when you run the exact same prompt, you might still get different results. But it's now a different plan meant to be used by the person who's hosting the yoga retreat. Now, of course, in the end, this is just us adding a role to the prompt though, just written in a slightly different way. We probably could have also written the prompt like this, where we tell ChatGPT that it should act as a yoga trainer. So in the end, by assigning a role, we already used this perspective prompting technique by giving ChatGPT a special perspective which it should use for generating the prompt. Now, the new thing is that you can also use multiple perspectives for generating the response. Again, by using prompt engineering. And an example would be to let ChatGPT have a discussion about a certain topic. Or in this case, create different plans for different people. For example, for people who like yoga and people who have to travel together with the people that do yoga but who don't like yoga themselves. Another example could be this prompt here, where we use ChatGPT to take on different perspectives on a given topic, in this case traveling by plane, to then have a discussion on this topic. And this could then help us argue with our friends, or preparing a blog post, or arguing with people on the internet, which is always a great idea. So this is also something we can do with ChatGPT. And the whole idea behind this perspective prompting thing, therefore, in the end, simply is to ensure that you are aware of the fact that you can let ChatGPT take on different perspectives, either by assigning a single role or by not specifying any special role at all if you don't want any specific perspective, or, as I just showed you, by setting multiple perspectives, which definitely does not make sense for all prompts and all problems you might want to solve with ChatGPT, but which can be amazing for certain selected problems. Like this discussion here on traveling by plane. Now, with those slightly more advanced prompting techniques and concepts covered, it's again time to practice what we learned and to see more examples. And for this, I again created a couple of exercises, a couple of tasks you can go through, and a couple of tasks where I would definitely recommend that you try them on your own first, before then taking a look at my solutions, which I'll show you over the next lectures. But again, definitely give those tasks a try on your own first. And the goal, of course, is that you come up with prompts that in the end give you outputs that fit those tasks here. For example, for the first task, I want you to come up with a prompt that leads ChatGPT to create a modern minimal CV website where your image is included, and below that image a list of working experience and a list of skills is shown. And you should create a prompt that in the end leads to ChatGPT giving you the HTML and CSS code for such a website. And of course, you should also tell ChatGPT what the general structure of that website should be and which content should be in that website. That's the first task. And of course, as always, there will be an endless amount of possible solutions for this task. So definitely also share your solutions in the Q&A section with your fellow students. In the next lectures, I'll just show you a couple of possible solutions, a couple of possible prompts, which I came up with. Now, the second task will be about writing a newsletter email. So ChatGPT should, of course, write that newsletter email. You should write a prompt that leads to that newsletter email being written by ChatGPT. And in that newsletter email that should be written by ChatGPT, you want to have 2 new posts that you might have on some fictional website being mentioned by ChatGPT. So again, you should write such a prompt. And here I want you to use this ask before answer prompting technique to make sure that ChatGPT writes a better newsletter email than it might write without that technique being used. Now, last but not least, for this last exercise here, I want you to, in the end, get ChatGPT to give you the code for a program that takes some input text and then encodes that text by shifting every character 1 character to the left, so that a D, for example, becomes a C, an E would become a D, and so on. And I want you to come up with a prompt that in the end gets ChatGPT to give you the code in 2 different languages, which could be considered to be a use case for perspective prompting. So these are your tasks. Definitely try coming up with those prompts and getting those results on your own. In the next lectures, we'll go through them together. Now, for this first task, I came up with this prompt here, where I in the end again set a role and a goal as so often, and then I use one-shot prompting in the end here to give ChatGPT the template that should be used. So to give ChatGPT detailed instructions regarding the structure of the output. And I also provided the actual content that should be used, like for example here, these positions and companies and the time when I've been there. And then in the very end, I just again mentioned that I want to have this modern minimal website and that the above mentioned structure and content should be used. And if we send this to ChatGPT, it therefore should give us this HTML and CSS code that produces some website, or that gives us some website that generally has that structure. So here it produced this code snippet for me, which I can therefore of course copy, and which, once pasted into an HTML file, leads to this website. Once I replaced the image with an actual image of me positioned next to this HTML file. And whilst we could of course still refine this website and definitely improve it, for example with some follow-up prompts here, it's definitely not a bad result. I especially like that it shows a different styling here for the skills and did not just output a boring list. And therefore here, I'd say we got a decent result for this prompt where we in the end defined an exact template or an exact structure that should be used by ChatGPT. Now for the second task, where I wanted you to practice ask before answer prompting, I came up with this prompt here, where I again assign a role and then set my goal, highlighting that I want an engaging newsletter email. I then add some extra context and I, for example, make it clear that, of course, email readers should be intrigued to click on those blog posts. So I want ChatGPT to write that email so that recipients really want to interact with that email. I then provide some information about the two blog posts, but then I also add this extra paragraph where I tell ChatGPT that it should ask for extra information in case such information is needed to improve the newsletter email before it's being drafted by ChatGPT. Now with this prompt here, indeed ChatGPT goes ahead and asks for some extra information, like for example who the target audience of the newsletter is and what the name of the organization that's sending the newsletter is, along with some other questions for extra information. So now here I'm then simply providing the answers to those follow-up questions. And with that, ChatGPT then goes ahead and drafts me an email that I could send as a newsletter that has the tone and wording and content that I want to have to get my readers to hopefully read those blog posts, to dive deeper, and to hopefully also share those blog posts with others. And that's therefore then here my solution for this second task, using this ask before answer prompting technique. Now for the last task, the last exercise, I chose this prompt here, where I describe which kind of program should be written, and where I also assigned a role to ChatGPT, already giving ChatGPT these two different perspectives, you could say. You could also say that I'm using few-shot prompting here, since I'm also giving ChatGPT two examples for how the encoding algorithm should work, to hopefully ensure that I'm getting a result that's useful for me. And I'm then again telling ChatGPT to use these two different perspectives of a Python and JavaScript developer so that I get code that can be used by either of the two developers. So I should get the Python and the JavaScript version of that program. Now, if we send this to ChatGPT, it then indeed therefore gives me these two implementations, starting with Python and then continuing with the JavaScript version for this program. And I can then, for example, copy that Python code into a Python file and execute that file. And I am indeed prompted to enter some text here. And as a result, I get that encoded version, which looks all right to me. And with that, you saw example prompts and therefore solutions for these 3 exercises here. As mentioned before, it's very likely that you came up with different prompts, maybe with prompts and responses that you like better than mine. So please definitely share them. That's always welcome. But most importantly, you hopefully got more practice with ChatGPT and how you can structure these prompts and how prompt engineering can help you write better prompts. Now that's it for this course section, and you therefore now know what prompt engineering is and why it matters, because good prompts lead to better results and simply allow you to use ChatGPT in a more efficient way. Now, when it comes to prompt engineering and to writing good prompts, you learned that it's in the end about combining a goal with context, with some extra additional information. For example, with a role, and then all the other extra constraints and extra information that might allow ChatGPT to provide a better response. You learned that you should try to write your prompt by combining short, focused sentences that contain any relevant information and keywords that might be required, but should avoid unnecessary information. You might want to consider defining your target audience, the tone, style, and length of the target output, depending on what your prompt is all about, of course. And that you can, for example, also control the output format, and for example, get ChatGPT to give you JSON formatted data instead of plain text as a response. You then learned about different tricks and prompting techniques you should be aware of, like 0, 1, or few-shot prompting, which in the end simply means that you could add extra examples or templates that should be used by ChatGPT to your prompts. You learned about ask before answer prompting, which can be very useful since it gets ChatGPT to tell you which extra information might be needed. And you learned about these more niche and slightly more advanced techniques like perspective prompting, where for certain problems it can be useful to get ChatGPT to not just assume a single role, but multiple perspectives that can be used in the answer it generates. And you learned that ChatGPT can help you write better prompts, not just by telling you which extra information could be added, but also by getting ChatGPT to evaluate itself, or to give you example prompts, or to even give you a list of prompting techniques you could use in addition to the techniques you learned about in this section here. Now, what's really important to keep in mind is that ChatGPT still only gives you a starting point. The output you get from ChatGPT can contain errors, and it can also be written in a very generic way. So you should therefore always evaluate the output, improve it, and add your own personal touch to it. Just throwing some problem at ChatGPT and then using the output without testing or checking or improving it can sometimes work, but can also sometimes lead to pretty bad results and potentially big problems. But with that, we now got the prompt engineering out of the way, and you now know what it takes to write good prompts, and we're therefore ready to dive deeper into this course and into ChatGPT and how it can be used to boost your productivity.
With all the knowledge gained about prompt engineering, it's now time to go back to some practical implementations. In this module, we will learn how we can use ChatGPT for daily tasks. For this, we'll see how ChatGPT can support us when researching information and whenever we want to summarize or translate information. We'll also use ChatGPT to proofread our texts, so to check it for grammar or spelling mistakes, and we'll learn how we can use ChatGPT to improve or enhance our text. For example, I'm a non-native English speaker, so if I wrote a text, I can use ChatGPT to check whether some parts in my text might have been written differently by a native speaker. And finally, we'll also have a look at how we can create simple utility tools with ChatGPT. Such tools are based on programming languages, we'll use Python in this case, but the good news is that ChatGPT will do all the heavy lifting for us, so absolutely no programming language is required. Again, lots of exciting things to discover, so let's get started. Research is a very important topic. No matter if you work on a private or professional project, if you start a new hobby, if you want to write a book, whatever you want to do, you always have to research information. The awesome news is that with ChatGPT, research becomes easier and more efficient than ever before. So let's get started with a practical research example. My goal is to learn more about the world and about everything. For this, I want to find a new book that everybody should have read. To be able to choose between different books here, I will ask ChatGPT the following prompt. What are the top 5 books everybody should have read? A quite generic prompt, but let's see what the result looks like. ChatGPT comes up with 5 books here, also stating that it's difficult to pick just 5 books, so in the end it tells us it depends on what we are looking for, but we got 5 books to get started with already. As we learned in the prompt engineering module, we should be more specific about what we actually look for. So we should add some constraints to our prompt maybe to be more precise about the topics, about the segment we are interested in. And let's say that we are actually interested into books which are related to business or personal development. And in addition to that, I just want to have the book title only. I don't want to have this very short summary of the book. For this, we will add the following prompt. So only give me the top 5 books which are related to business or personal development and only the titles. Let's see. So I have 5 books now, and the third one, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, sounds interesting to me. Now I want to dive deeper into this result. I want to have a short summary now of the content of this book. I want to know the page count of this book, and I want to know the year when this book was initially published. So again, we started from a very generic research, but now we're coming closer to a very specific book that we are interested in. This is the prompt we are using now, so we just refer to the number here. As you learned, ChatGPT is content aware, so it knows what book number 3 should be. And now we should get the requested information. And now, with this more precise prompt, we finally have the result we were looking for. We found one book that we will read now. To make things complete, we can also ask ChatGPT where we can buy this book, and with that, we made our whole journey from a generic book research to buying a specific book. Of course, this is a very easy example, but it shows you that instead of Googling for books, which requires checking multiple pages, lists, and so on, ChatGPT provides a great output within just a few prompts. And by the way, instead of starting with a very generic prompt, as we had it with the top 5 books everybody should have read, we can also start with a more specific prompt. Like this here, where we want to have the top 3 books in a specific area with other constraints being added. Then we get a more precise, a more specific result with the first output already. Of course, your research is not limited to books in this case. No matter if you're planning your next trip, if you want to improve in sports, if you want to learn how to dance, whatever you want to do, You can always use ChatGPT for quite efficient research results. Always keep in mind though, we mentioned this throughout the course already, ChatGPT is all about patterns and probabilities, so you might have to double check the results from time to time to make sure the results actually reflect what you're looking for. But the least thing ChatGPT can do here, it provides a great starting point for your research where you can then dive deeper on your own, with or without ChatGPT. Another very important topic in our daily lives is summarizing information. No matter if you read a blog post or an article, if you get a long email from a colleague, sometimes you only need to know the core information of a specific text. With ChatGPT, we can summarize text within seconds. I have a very long text now here in my prompt. This text is all about a healthy lifestyle, what you should eat, what you should do, how you should sleep, and so on. So instead of reading the text and then summarizing it on our own, we can just provide the text to ChatGPT and then simply say, summarize this text for me. We don't add any further constraints in here. Let's just see what ChatGPT makes out of it. So this is a really very short summary. Let's say this is too condensed. I want to have at least the subheaders in here and more core content should be remained in the summary. Then I can simply tell ChatGPT that I'm not totally happy with this way of summarizing the text. Let's say this is too short and unstructured, so it should summarize the different topics in separate paragraphs. It should include subheaders, but of course all core topics should be included. And now we have a obviously longer summary, which still is a lot shorter and specifically more structured than the initial text. And with that, ChatGPT made it very easy for us to summarize this text. Very short, like this one here, or in the more structured version, which I personally prefer. Now, besides summarizing provided texts, as we did it here, you can also use ChatGPT to summarize articles that you found on a website. Didn't we learn that ChatGPT can't access websites by default? It indeed can't, but you can just copy-paste articles and then let ChatGPT do the summarization work. I'm once again on academind.com, and here I want to have a summary of this git restore and git reset article. I can simply highlight the entire text in this article, now copy it, paste it into my message box, and tell ChatGPT once again that it should summarize this article, and let's maybe add, keep it as short as possible, but don't lose important information. So let's see. And that's quite awesome actually, right? We get a very condensed summary with a short introduction of the topic and then 3 bullet points with the core concepts taught in this article. As always, this can also only be a starting point, so you might want to reread the article and add some information that should be included in the summary, but still, this is a very efficient way to summarize text within seconds. We live in a globalized world and you might receive information, text, articles or emails in different languages. And ChatGPT can be a great helper in such cases. Same thing applies to tone adjustment. As mentioned earlier, I'm not a native English speaker. Therefore, if I write an email to a colleague, for example, and I might not be too happy about the work he or she delivered, then ChatGPT might help me to adjust the tone to make it a bit more friendly while still making my point clear. The next prompt contains an email sent by a colleague of mine. Let's call him Maximilian. The problem is that Maximilian only speaks French and my French is not the best. Therefore, I will just ask ChatGPT to translate this text for me. Let's be friendly and let's say, please translate this text to whatever language you want to have. I'll stick to English here. And no big surprise, ChatGPT is of course able to do this within seconds. With that, I got a perfect, or at least very good, translation of the text, which I now also understand. So this would be totally fine for my purposes. In case you want to have the translation in a better structure, you can also do this, of course. So you can tell ChatGPT to provide the output in a specific format, in a specific style. So maybe like this. So ChatGPT should show both the original and the translation paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph by paragraph means that we have one paragraph in French, then one paragraph with the English translation, and so on. This should be clear for ChatGPT. So let's see. Yeah, this works. Now we get the entire translation paragraph by paragraph. So that's not required for this case here, but I think it's nice to know that translating can also be performed exactly according to your needs. To complete this translation part, something we covered already, but which can be helpful right here, you can of course also edit the initial prompt and translate this, for example, to German. In case you're not German, you can of course choose any language of your choice. Once this is completed, you can easily switch between the different translations with our tabs up here that we introduced earlier in the course. So this is the translation part. Let's now say that I'm not too happy with the work that was delivered by a colleague. Therefore, I prepared this not too nice email. This email should show that I'm not happy with the code that I received, but actually we should be respectful with each other. Core idea should be kept, so I'm not happy with the work and I want to have an updated version of the code. But of course the tone should be adjusted. It should still be friendly and respectful, because this, to be honest, is not the way we should write emails and not the way we should provide feedback for our colleagues or for anybody actually. Why don't we let ChatGPT do the work for us by adding this text to our prompt? Make this email more friendly. It should still be clear that I'm not happy with my colleague's work and that I need an updated version very soon. The email should be respectful and encourage the colleague to deliver the update as soon as possible. So let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this. And ChatGPT comes up with an email subject and writes the entire email in a more detailed, more friendly, and still encouraging way. This is a very extreme example, obviously, but in case you are not happy with the tone or the general way your email is written or any other text, ChatGPT can help you here and transform your text within seconds. Time to move on to another daily task, or to two daily tasks actually: proofreading and enhancing text. Proofreading simply means checking our text for grammar or spelling mistakes. Enhancing text can be used again in the case that a non-native speaker wrote the text and you want to make sure that the text is transformed or enhanced to a more native speaking or native written style. For the proofreading part, I again prepared a pretty extreme example. As you see, lots of mistakes in there, spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, and so on. With this example, I just want to show you that ChatGPT is trained in a way that it produces output without spelling mistakes and grammatically correct output. Therefore, we can just tell ChatGPT, again by adding the instruction ahead of our actual content, to check this text for grammar and spelling mistakes and to provide the corrected version of it. As you can imagine, ChatGPT does this immediately. It rephrases parts of our text, corrects any spelling mistakes, and also improves it from a grammatically perspective. So whenever you have a text that might contain some errors, or whenever you want to send out an email to a client or anything like that, you can use ChatGPT to quickly proofread the text. Proofreading is not limited to grammar and spelling mistakes only though. As mentioned, you can also add texts which are generally correct from a grammatical and spelling mistake perspective, but you can let ChatGPT rephrase the text to be written in an even better English. For this, I'm again on academind.com. This is an article written by Max, and Max, as myself, is not a native English speaker. We do our best to provide articles with correct grammar and without spelling mistakes. Still, some sentences probably could be rephrased. For this, I'll again copy the entire text and add it to ChatGPT. And now, before the actual text starts, I'll add the following information. This text was written by a non-native English speaker. Improve the text to be in line with native English. Let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this prompt. And this obviously takes a few moments as it's a very long text. But you can immediately see that if we compare, for example, the second paragraph, while you might not be working, if we scroll up here, you see that the initial version had whilst you might not be working. The complete output contains many different minor adjustments to the text. Again, not because the initial text was wrong, but because ChatGPT, based on the dataset it was trained with, finds higher probabilities for certain phrases and certain sentences. So proofreading and enhancing text is another nice way to use ChatGPT for your daily work. We now saw lots of examples where ChatGPT helps us to make our daily tasks a bit easier. In this example now, we'll have a look at how we can write utility tools or utility scripts with the help of ChatGPT. Writing such scripts requires a programming language. We will use Python in this case, the world's most popular programming language. But the great news is that ChatGPT will do all the work for us. So you don't have to know anything about programming to create such little scripts. The only thing you have to know is that writing such scripts requires a certain task, so something this script, this tool, should do for you. In my case, I have a folder on my desktop. This folder is named Files, and the folder, as the name indicates, contains files. I only have 3 files here for demonstration purposes, but these could of course also be hundreds of files. As you see, the files simply contain to-dos for different days, but the naming of the files is not very consistent. So we have lowercase letters, uppercase letters, or both mixed. And I just want to make sure that I write a script to turn all uppercase letters into lowercase letters. Let's see how ChatGPT can help us here. By adding this prompt, we instruct ChatGPT to be a programmer or to act as a programmer, and we tell it that we need a Python script. The rest is just some basic information about our computer. I, for example, am working on a Mac computer. If you're using a Windows computer, for example, you should of course change this. And the rest just describes what I just showed you regarding my folder structure and the goal I have. Let's now see if ChatGPT can come up with a solution that works for non-programmers. So this is the guide ChatGPT came up with. Now let's follow this guide step by step and see if we actually created our first utility script. The first thing to do is we have to install Python. So in case you don't have Python installed, go to python.org and install it there. It's a very straightforward process. In case anything is unclear there, you can simply ask ChatGPT to guide you through the installation. The second step is, as I'm working on a Mac computer, to open the terminal. So we simply have to type command and space to open the Spotlight search, and there we can find the terminal. So let's open the terminal now. So I got my terminal here to the right. In the terminal, we should now create a new Python script. For this, we first have to navigate to the desktop by using the cd command here. So this now simply navigates inside the terminal to our desktop where the project files are and where we will also create our Python file with the code. And now, as we are on the desktop, we will run the touch command to create a new file named renamefiles.py. This file will then contain our code. If you ran this command successfully, you should find a new file on your desktop named renamefiles.py. The next step now is to open the file that we just created inside our terminal. For this, we run this open command here. And once again, confirm this with enter. Now the text editor should have opened. So here I got my text editor where I will now add my code. We will simply copy paste the code here. In this example, this is all right because we checked the code obviously. But you shouldn't simply copy and paste code ChatGPT generated and which you don't understand. In this case, we are working with files on our system, so this can cause damage on your machine. Therefore, always check the code you run and use that is generated by ChatGPT. This code here I created is alright, so you can just use that code on your machine. The code can also be found attached to this video. So with copy code right here, we can now paste it into our text editor and save this with Command S. And now we should close the text editor. And then with this, we are already done. Now we only have to run the script by typing, or by in this case copying, this command into the terminal. This will now simply run the code that we have in the renamefiles.py file, and we should have renamed files now in our folder. Indeed, this worked. Now we have lowercase letters only in our files folder. So this was just a very basic example, obviously. As you know, the results you get might and probably will be different from the ones I received right here. Nevertheless, you see, with ChatGPT, even people without any programming language can create or write such utility scripts within seconds. I mentioned the things to consider already. Never copy and paste the code though, so you should always understand what is actually going on here and what the code does. In this module, we will explore a whole new level of creativity. We will use ChatGPT for content creation now. So we will learn how we can use it to create blog posts or articles about basically any topic, and we'll go even further. We'll learn how we can create video scripts for your next YouTube video, for example, based on the articles we created. We'll also boost our social media posts by letting ChatGPT create our tweets or Instagram postings. We'll also learn how we can write cover letters, CVs, or job offerings with the help of ChatGPT. And finally, we'll also learn how we can generate or create sample data. Researching data for specific projects is quite cumbersome. With ChatGPT, this can be done in seconds now. No matter which kind of data you're looking for or which type of data, so JSON, Markdown, CSV, or anything else, all this can be done with ChatGPT now. So let's get started with writing a blog post or an article, whatever you want to call it. And this article should be about the history of the iPhone from its first presentation until the year 2021. Due to the cutoff date of ChatGPT, we talked about this already in the course. Now for this specific project and also for other topics covered in this module, we'll follow this approach. We'll first use a simplified approach. So we will use a very simple prompt and see what the output looks like. Afterwards, we'll dive a bit deeper and create a more structured, a more complex prompt. This prompt will follow some of the concepts we learned in the prompt engineering module, but more importantly, we'll add more constraints and give ChatGPT more context to derive a more special, a more tailor-made output. So this is our first goal. Let's see how we can write this article now in a simplified way. So I'll now simply add this prompt to my message box. This prompt is very generic. As said, it's a simplified approach, but let's see what ChatGPT makes out of it. So now we got this article and it is very long, but actually it's just a simple summary of kind of boring key facts of the iPhone development. This reads more like a fact summary than an engaging article people would really read, and also not like an article that would be really catch the attention of our audience. Therefore, using ChatGPT like this is okay, but actually we can do better. We'll now derive a more structured, a more complex prompt step by step. To do so, one of the most important things is adding constraints. Besides the topic of the article, ChatGPT needs more information to write a really tailor-made article here. Some of the constraints that should be considered are the target audience. So who is our audience that should read this article? Is it everybody? Is it young people? Is it older people? Tech-related people? So we should make this clear first, because this will also change the way ChatGPT writes the article and also the content that is covered in the article. For example, tech-related people want to know more about the facts about the iPhone. Less tech-related people might just want to know how the looks changed, for example. We should also think about topic-related keywords. This is related to the SEO, so to the search engine optimization. If we optimize our article in this area and add many relevant keywords in here, then chances are higher that our article will be found on Google as it distinguishes from the existing articles. We should also consider significant iPhone improvements, maybe an amazing new camera, great new displays, new processors to make the whole experience a lot faster. So things like that should also be highlighted in our article to make it easy for the reader to quickly see where the main events happened. As we saw, we have a very long article, so we might want to have a more refined article that is a lot shorter and still contains all the key facts. And finally, we can also ask ChatGPT to add images. We know that ChatGPT can't add images at the point of time when recording this course at least, but we can ask ChatGPT to add image descriptions to areas where these would help to make the article even more exciting, even more engaging. So these are just some of the ideas that we can have when writing such an article. Let's now see how we can implement these topics. So now we'll edit our initial prompt to be able to switch between the different versions, and there I'll add this prompt here. So we still want to write this article. Now we target tech-related people as audience, and I want to have a list with SEO relevant keywords first. These should be included in the later article, but first I just want to have this list. So now we have our list with keywords. You can dive deeper into this SEO topic if you want to. We'll just use this list as a starting point now for our next prompt. There I now want to have an outline first. I could let ChatGPT again generate the full article, but first I want to have a look at the outline to see whether the topics covered are in line with my expectations and what I want to have in this article. I also mentioned that the outline should be the base for the article later, but that the article should not exceed 1,200 words, so hopefully the outline is also not too long. And now we get a totally different result. Instead of the boring list of, historical events related to the iPhone, we now get a clearly structured outline talking about different topics about the iPhone in general and what it meant to the industry, the first iPhone, design-related topics, the ecosystem, and so on. So with that, we have a way better structure already, which actually sounds a lot more exciting. Now we could dive deeper here again. I won't do that because I want to show you another way how to write this article. But of course, if you want to, you could now tell ChatGPT to write the article based on the outline. The article must not be longer than 1,200 words. And that's now a totally different kind of article comparing it to the initial one. Lots of exciting topics are included. Of course, some of these only with one sentence due to the limit of 1,200 words that I added. But still, this is one way to write much more exciting articles that have the potential to be read by a lot more people. So this is more a step-by-step approach, but considering the things we learned in the prompt engineering module, we could also write one prompt only following some of these guidelines that contains all core constraints, and that should result in a great article with just one single prompt. Let's see how this works in the next lecture.
Now, slowly but steadily, we're reaching the end of this section, but there are some additional prompting techniques I want to explore together with you before we end this course section. For example, contextual prompting, emotional prompting, lettering prompting, and many more, though I will come back to that many more part a little bit later. So let's actually start with contextual prompting. Contextual prompting simply means that as you provide extra information to your prompt, so as you set the context of your prompt, you add specific extra information on the cultural, historical, or situational factors that should be taken into account by ChatGPT as it generates the response. For example, you could have a prompt like this. Here, I want ChatGPT to generate a summary of the evolution of the combustion engine over the years since its inception, but I also specifically want ChatGPT to take the current shift towards renewable energy and electric vehicles into account. And that's the part where I do provide some extra historical and situational context, because otherwise ChatGPT might focus on the history of the combustion engine without taking the current changes that are taking place into account. And with that extra paragraph added here, that's hopefully different. So adding this extra information about this extra context into which the response should be put, or the extra context of the current circumstances that should be considered, adding this extra information can be very important for certain kinds of prompts. And as always, of course, not for all prompts. This is definitely not important for all prompts, but for some prompts, taking current circumstances or specific aspects into account could be important, and with contextual prompting, you in the end do add this extra information. So therefore, in the end, contextual prompting is, of course, still only about adding extra information, about setting the context of the prompt. And it therefore, in the end, still comes down to these two core elements where you have a goal and you then do add this extra context, this extra additional information. But it's a specific kind of extra information which is easy to overlook, or which you might not always think about, but which can make certain responses for certain prompts way better. Like here, for example, where we do get this extra information about the impact of the combustion engine, both the positive and the negative impact, and we get a whole paragraph dedicated to the current shift towards renewable energy and electric vehicles. Now, another prompting technique that can sometimes be useful for certain kinds of problems or prompts is emotional prompting. And the idea here is that the response generated by ChatGPT should consider the emotional state or tone of the user's query. For example, if you ask ChatGPT to write an email response for a customer complaint that could look something like this. Here, with emotional prompting being used, we're telling ChatGPT that it should take the sentiment and tone of the customer into account when drafting its response. Now, it might be doing that without us telling it to do it. That's absolutely possible, but explicitly telling ChatGPT to take that into account. So forcing ChatGPT to take that into account definitely also isn't a bad idea and can save us an extra follow-up message or an extra prompt which we might have to send otherwise. So here, with this emotional prompting technique used, I do indeed get a response which actually understands that this customer seems to be quite angry and which therefore is drafted such that we hopefully calm this customer down and we provide a solution that works for the customer and kind of make sure that everybody's cool again. Now, another special technique I want to take a look at here is laddering prompting. And the idea here is to break up a complex problem that would probably require a very long and detailed prompt, which could lead to ChatGPT to lose context and to lose information and produce a suboptimal response, to take such a problem and instead split it up into multiple smaller problems and prompts, which you then send step by step to ChatGPT, so that you get solutions for different smaller prompts, which you can then combine manually to, for example, like in this case, build this Node.js application. And of course, this technique is not just important if you're a developer. Here in this example, it is all about creating such a Node.js REST API, whatever that may be, but it's all about that. But of course, this technique can be very useful whenever you have any kind of more complex problem, since it allows you to get these modular, focused, individual building blocks, which you can get by writing highly specific prompts for the different building blocks, and which you can then compose together to the overall final answer or final program that you want to have. So for example here, instead of trying to create this entire API in one long prompt, which probably would fail or which probably would still be missing some details, which we as the person using ChatGPT might have also simply forgotten, instead of doing that, here I'm just starting by telling ChatGPT that I want a basic Node.js REST API with these 4 endpoints, and that in this first step, I don't want any actual code, instead just some dummy code, since it's really just about setting up this general API with its endpoints. And of course, this specific example here would definitely require some programming experience, because otherwise you wouldn't know what Node.js or a REST API is, or that you would need it, or that you would need these specific endpoints. But again, this is just an example. This laddering technique can be helpful for any kind of more complex problem. So here, for example, in this first step, I would have gotten this output here. Again, this definitely might differ for you, but that's what I got here. And I could, for example, follow this up with this message here, where I now send a new prompt to ChatGPT describing a new problem that should be solved by ChatGPT, some new code that should be generated by ChatGPT. And of course, since I'm doing this here in this existing conversation, these old messages are still taken into account by ChatGPT. So it still has those as context, but it's now focusing on this new problem here, whilst still combining it with that context it already has to solve this new problem, which makes this lettering technique, this lettering prompting technique, pretty effective. Now, of course, we could continue here to build the overall application, but that's of course not the goal of this lecture or section here. Instead, the goal was to make sure that you are aware of this lettering technique, that you know this strategy, and that you're able to use this strategy in cases where you have a very complex problem that you want ChatGPT to solve. Because in such cases, it's often better to break it up into multiple smaller prompts and problems instead of sending one huge prompt in one step to ChatGPT. So now that we had a look at this lettering technique, and we had a look at emotional prompting, contextual prompting, perspective prompting, and many other techniques as well, we could of course continue down that road, and I could spend endless amounts of hours just talking about different prompting techniques. But in the end, and that's really important to keep in mind and understand, it will always come down to a goal being defined and some extra context being provided. No matter if with that extra context you are providing more information about the target audience or how the output should be formatted, or if you're trying to get ChatGPT to take extra contextual information into account. It always comes down to these core building blocks. But it's of course important to be aware of these extra pieces of information you could add, and about these extra tricks that you can apply, like the ask before answering prompting technique. But what's really great about having ChatGPT is that you can ask ChatGPT to help you and to give you more prompting techniques that you could use. For example, here I'm giving ChatGPT a role, and I'm then giving it the goal of providing me with 10 useful ChatGPT prompting techniques. I tell ChatGPT which kind of output format I want to have, and I use one-shot prompting here to give ChatGPT one example, in this case here contextual prompting. With this, ChatGPT again gives me contextual prompting here, but then gives me an example for contextual prompting, as well as other prompting techniques that I can use to get better results from ChatGPT. Now here in the list it gave me, you will actually see many techniques which I actually covered in this section, since of course in this section I tried to focus on the most important and useful techniques, but it's super important to be aware of the fact that you can ask ChatGPT to tell you how you can use it in a more efficient way. Though, of course, you should always be aware of the fact that in the end here, you're just getting some generated content based on connections between words and sentences, because that's how ChatGPT and large language models work in the end. And therefore, of course, you also sometimes might get some nonsense here, or some recommendations which actually aren't too useful. But still, for getting some inspiration, this can be a very good approach for getting more ideas on how to structure and write your prompts. Now, when it comes to letting ChatGPT help you write prompts, you're not limited to getting prompt ideas from ChatGPT. Instead, you can also let ChatGPT help you by asking ChatGPT which extra information could be provided by you to get a better output. And if that sounds familiar to you, that's of course the core idea behind ask before answer prompting. But you're not limited to the ask before answering prompting technique. Instead, you can of course also ask ChatGPT which extra information could improve its response after it gave you a response, by simply sending a follow-up message like this one here. Which extra information do you need to create a better tweet, or whatever you were requesting? For example, here I asked ChatGPT to give me 3 advantages of JavaScript over PHP, and it did indeed give me some decent advantages here. But nonetheless, I can of course ask ChatGPT which extra information it would need to give me a better list of advantages, and it then does tell me which extra information is needed. So even though we did not use the ask before answer technique here, I did not add this extra paragraph in my first initial prompt, we can still refine the response we got from ChatGPT by simply asking a follow-up question and then falling back to this ask before answer approach, kind of, you could say, since we do ask ChatGPT which extra information it needs. It then tells us which information is needed, and we could then provide this extra information to get a better result. Now, besides asking ChatGPT which extra information could improve a result, you can also ask ChatGPT to criticize and evaluate and improve itself. You can, for example, ask ChatGPT what could be improved about your tweet if you did ask it to create a tweet. For example, here I ask ChatGPT to write a tweet about the advantages of JavaScript, and it therefore did exactly that. It wrote such a tweet. And we could, of course, take that tweet. It might be exactly what we're looking for, but often when working with ChatGPT, responses can indeed be improved by forcing ChatGPT to be self-critical. Here, for example, we can get ChatGPT to improve this tweet by asking it whether the tweet can be improved and how it could be improved, and to then also apply those improvements. And whilst this does not always lead to better results, it sometimes does, because it turns out that with ChatGPT, you often get better results if you don't just accept the first initial draft, but you instead ask ChatGPT to be self-critical and to evaluate and improve the responses it generated. Now, earlier in the course, you learned about laddering prompting, or the laddering technique, which can be a very useful and powerful technique for completing complex tasks with help of ChatGPT. Now, even though you can, of course, split up a problem into smaller problems yourself, and sometimes you indeed might want to do that, you can also use ChatGPT to split up a problem. And you could send a prompt like this one here to ChatGPT. Now, in this example here, I'm giving ChatGPT a quite complex role, and then I set the main goal that it should help me create a blog post. I describe what the blog post should be about and what the target audience is, and then I add this instruction here, and that's the new and special part here. I'm telling ChatGPT to split this task, that it should help me create this blog post, into multiple steps and then start with the first step. And if I send this to ChatGPT, then here, in my case, it indeed tells me that the first step indeed should be to research and compile a list of important keywords, and it then starts with that step as a first step. And then thereafter, it tells me what the second step should be. And here it actually even goes ahead and completes that step, even though I did not ask it to do so. But either way, it does this here. We could, of course, stop it now. But the main takeaway here is that indeed it does split up a problem into multiple steps itself here. And that can, of course, be a super powerful technique, because it's not just using kind of the self-reflective capabilities of ChatGPT, but it also means that you don't have to think about a complex problem too long, but that instead you can use ChatGPT to split up that problem for you. And ChatGPT might come up with a way of splitting that problem you might have not come up with yourself, for example. So ChatGPT can be self-critical and improve itself. It can also tell you which extra information would lead to a better result. And it can also give you prompting strategies and techniques and ideas for how you could write and enrich your prompts to get better results. Now, one last trick which I want to show you, which also explores how ChatGPT can help you use ChatGPT more efficiently, is that you ask ChatGPT to give you the prompt for some example output you defined. So you can tell ChatGPT to give you the prompt that could produce some example output provided by you. For example, here I'm using this technique to get a prompt that could have been sent to ChatGPT to get an output like this. So this is the output I normally would want to get from ChatGPT, but now here with this technique, we're asking ChatGPT which prompt could have been used to generate this output. And the goal, of course, is to learn how we can write efficient prompts that are understood by ChatGPT. Now, as always, when using ChatGPT, the prompt we're about to get will, of course, be generated based on probabilities and statistics, but nonetheless, this can sometimes give you good ideas, and it therefore is also a technique or a trick you should be aware of. You should also be aware of the fact that, of course, if you now take that prompt which you get from ChatGPT, you will probably not get exactly this output here, but you should get some output that's similar to this example output. So here, for example, ChatGPT gave me this prompt here, which in the end is using the perspective prompting technique, you could say, because the goal is to discuss the impact, which typically implies that different perspectives should be assumed. And if we now take this prompt here and we send it to ChatGPT, we therefore do get a result that is somewhat similar to the example output we did provide to ChatGPT earlier. Now here it's actually way more detailed than the example output I provided before, which we could consider to be a good thing, but if you would summarize it, the content would roughly be the same. And therefore, asking ChatGPT for prompt ideas can be a nice trick for scenarios where you maybe have some example output, but you're not quite sure which questions you should ask ChatGPT in order to get similar or more detailed output like this. So in this course section, you learned how to generally write good prompts. You learned which key elements make up good prompts, that it's in the end all about providing helpful context to ChatGPT so that it can produce good results. And of course, in this section, you also learned how to structure your prompts, that you should, for example, focus on short, concise sentences. And you got many ideas for content and context that could go into prompts, like, for example, specifying a target audience. You learned about many crucial techniques like 0, 1, or few-shot prompting, and you learned about useful tricks like ask before answer prompting, which can also lead to better results. Now, besides following all these techniques, I can also recommend that you simply search for ChatGPT prompts. Yes, searching still is a thing. I mean, you did learn that ChatGPT can actually help you with writing good prompts, but you also can still use the good old web search like Google search. And if you search for ChatGPT prompts, you will find websites like this one, where you find many example prompts which you can use as inspiration. Now, I will say right away, to me, some of these prompts seem to be over-engineered and might actually contain too much information. But of course, that will always depend on the exact use case you have, and there's nothing wrong with simply taking some of these prompts and playing around with them. And on pages like this one here, you find a vast amount of example prompts which you can play around with and which might be exactly the prompt you need for your specific problem. Now, as you go through these prompts, you will see that most of these prompts do indeed assign a role and then set a goal, and in the end are all about providing that context about which you learned in this section. But nonetheless, as mentioned, taking such prompts as you find them on pages like this one here, but also on other pages, can be a great starting point for constructing your own prompts or for getting new ideas. So going through prompts that were published by other people can be a great first step for constructing your own prompts and for solving your own problems with ChatGPT. Now, as you go through such prompts and as you search for prompts, you might also stumble across prompts that are sometimes called super prompts, like can or dan. Now, can stands for code anything now, and in the end is a special prompt constructed to optimize ChatGPT for coding. Now, it came up relatively early after ChatGPT was released, and in my experience, it's not as awesome as some people make it. It seems to be over-constructed to me, and I would argue it actually adds too much information and too much context. Nonetheless, you can definitely also try out such super prompts like this one here, or also like Dan, which actually jailbreaks ChatGPT with the goal of getting ChatGPT to provide responses to questions it would normally not answer. For example, questions about building a bomb or anything like this. So such super prompts exist and you can definitely play around with them. But in my experience, as mentioned, they're not as powerful as some people make you believe that they are. And especially this jailbreaking stuff is of course also something OpenAI, the owner of ChatGPT, is actively working against. So that in my experience, this doesn't really work too well anymore. So definitely experiment with such super prompts, but don't focus on them. It's always important to keep in mind that ChatGPT does not truly understand you. So giving ChatGPT a complex rule set like this one here with can may work because it leads to some word and sentence prediction that actually gives you the output you want, but it can also simply be a bit over-engineered. So instead, I would recommend that you simply focus on the general prompting techniques and concepts you learned about in this section, and that you explore other prompts written by other people to get ideas for your own prompts, but you should not rely on those super prompts. Because at least in my experience, they're not as powerful or useful as some people think they are. Now that's it for this course section, and you therefore now know what prompt engineering is and why it matters, because good prompts lead to better results and simply allow you to use ChatGPT in a more efficient way. Now when it comes to prompt engineering and to writing good prompts, you learned that it's in the end about combining a goal with context, with some extra additional information. For example, with a role, and then all the other extra constraints and extra information that might allow ChatGPT to provide a better response. You learned that you should try to write your prompt by combining short, focused sentences that contain any relevant information and keywords that might be required, but should avoid unnecessary information. You might want to consider defining your target audience, the tone, style, and length of the target output, depending on what your prompt is all about, of course. And that you can, for example, also control the output format, and for example, get ChatGPT to give you JSON formatted data instead of plain text as a response. You then learned about different tricks and prompting techniques you should be aware of, like 0, 1, or few-shot prompting, which in the end simply means that you could add extra examples or templates that should be used by ChatGPT to your prompts. You learned about ask before answer prompting, which can be very useful since it gets ChatGPT to tell you which extra information might be needed. And you learned about these more niche and slightly more advanced techniques like perspective prompting, where for certain problems it can be useful to get ChatGPT to not just assume a single role, but multiple perspectives that can be used in the answer it generates. And you learned that ChatGPT can help you write better prompts, not just by telling you which extra information could be added, but also by getting ChatGPT to evaluate itself, or to give you example prompts, or to even give you a list of prompting techniques you could use in addition to the techniques you learned about in this section here. Now, what's really important to keep in mind is that ChatGPT still only gives you a starting point. The output you get from ChatGPT can contain errors, and it can also be written in a very generic way. So you should therefore always evaluate the output, improve it, and add your own personal touch to it. Just throwing some problem at ChatGPT and then using the output without testing or checking or improving it can sometimes work, but can also sometimes lead to pretty bad results and potentially big problems. But with that, we now got the prompt engineering out of the way, and you now know what it takes to write good prompts, and we're therefore ready to dive deeper into this course and into ChatGPT and how it can be used to boost your productivity.
With all the knowledge gained about prompt engineering, it's now time to go back to some practical implementations. In this module, we will learn how we can use ChatGPT for daily tasks. For this, we'll see how ChatGPT can support us when researching information and whenever we want to summarize or translate information. We'll also use ChatGPT to proofread our texts, so to check it for grammar or spelling mistakes, and we'll learn how we can use ChatGPT to improve or enhance our text. For example, I'm a non-native English speaker, so if I wrote a text, I can use ChatGPT to check whether some parts in my text might have been written differently by a native speaker. And finally, we'll also have a look at how we can create simple utility tools with ChatGPT. Such tools are based on programming languages, we'll use Python in this case, but the good news is that ChatGPT will do all the heavy lifting for us, so absolutely no programming language is required. Again, lots of exciting things to discover, so let's get started. Research is a very important topic. No matter if you work on a private or professional project, if you start a new hobby, if you want to write a book, whatever you want to do, you always have to research information. The awesome news is that with ChatGPT, research becomes easier and more efficient than ever before. So let's get started with a practical research example. My goal is to learn more about the world and about everything. For this, I want to find a new book that everybody should have read. To be able to choose between different books here, I will ask ChatGPT the following prompt. What are the top 5 books everybody should have read? A quite generic prompt, but let's see what the result looks like. ChatGPT comes up with 5 books here, also stating that it's difficult to pick just 5 books, so in the end it tells us it depends on what we are looking for, but we got 5 books to get started with already. As we learned in the prompt engineering module, we should be more specific about what we actually look for. So we should add some constraints to our prompt maybe to be more precise about the topics, about the segment we are interested in. And let's say that we are actually interested into books which are related to business or personal development. And in addition to that, I just want to have the book title only. I don't want to have this very short summary of the book. For this, we will add the following prompt. So only give me the top 5 books which are related to business or personal development and only the titles. Let's see. So I have 5 books now, and the third one, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, sounds interesting to me. Now I want to dive deeper into this result. I want to have a short summary now of the content of this book. I want to know the page count of this book, and I want to know the year when this book was initially published. So again, we started from a very generic research, but now we're coming closer to a very specific book that we are interested in. This is the prompt we are using now, so we just refer to the number here. As you learned, ChatGPT is content aware, so it knows what book number 3 should be. And now we should get the requested information. And now, with this more precise prompt, we finally have the result we were looking for. We found one book that we will read now. To make things complete, we can also ask ChatGPT where we can buy this book, and with that we made our whole journey from a generic book research to buying a specific book. Of course, this is a very easy example, but it shows you that instead of Googling for books, which requires checking multiple pages, lists and so on, ChatGPT provides a great output within just a few prompts. And by the way, instead of starting with a very generic prompt as we had it with the top 5 books everybody should have read, we can also start with a more specific prompt. Like this here, where we want to have the top 3 books in a specific area with other constraints being added. Then we get a more precise and more specific result with the first output already. Of course, your research is not limited to books in this case. No matter if you're planning your next trip, if you want to improve in sports, if you want to learn how to dance, whatever you want to do, you can always use ChatGPT for quite efficient research results. Always keep in mind though, we mentioned this throughout the course already, ChatGPT is all about patterns and probabilities, so you might have to double check the results from time to time to make sure the results actually reflect what you're looking for. But the least thing ChatGPT can do here, it provides a great starting point for your research where you can then dive deeper on your own, with or without ChatGPT. Another very important topic in our daily lives is summarizing information. No matter if you read a blog post or an article, if you get a long email from a colleague, sometimes you only need to know the core information of a specific text. With ChatGPT, we can summarize text within seconds. I have a very long text now here in my prompt. This text is all about a healthy lifestyle, what you should eat, what you should do, how you should sleep, and so on. So instead of reading the text and then summarizing it on our own, we can just provide the text to ChatGPT and then simply say, summarize this text for me. We don't add any further constraints in here. Let's just see what ChatGPT makes out of it. So this is a really very short summary. Let's say this is too condensed. I want to have at least the subheaders in here, and more core content should be remained in the summary. Then I can simply tell ChatGPT that I'm not totally happy with this way of summarizing the text. Let's say this is too short and unstructured, so it should summarize the different topics in separate paragraphs. It should include subheaders, but of course all core topics should be included. And now we have a obviously longer summary, which still is a lot shorter and specifically more structured than the initial text. And with that, ChatGPT made it very easy for us to summarize this text. Very short, like this one here, or in the more structured version, which I personally prefer. Now, besides summarizing provided texts, as we did it here, you can also use ChatGPT to summarize articles that you found on a website. Didn't we learn that ChatGPT can't access websites by default? It indeed can't, but you can just copy-paste articles and then let ChatGPT do the summarization work. I'm once again on academind.com, and here I want to have a summary of this git restore and git reset article. I can simply highlight the entire text in this article, now copy it, paste it into my message box, and tell ChatGPT once again that it should summarize this article, and let's maybe add, keep it as short as possible, but don't lose important information. So let's see. And that's quite awesome actually, right? We get a very condensed summary with a short introduction of the topic and then 3 bullet points with the core concepts taught in this article. As always, this can also only be a starting point, so you might want to reread the article and add some information that should be included in the summary, but still, this is a very efficient way to summarize text within seconds. We live in a globalized world, and you might receive information, text, articles, or emails in different languages. And ChatGPT can be a great helper in such cases. Same thing applies to tone adjustment. As mentioned earlier, I'm not a native English speaker. Therefore, if I write an email to a colleague, for example, and I might not be too happy about the work he or she delivered, then ChatGPT might help me to adjust the tone to make it a bit more friendly while still making my point clear. The next prompt contains an email sent by a colleague of mine. Let's call him Maximilian. The problem is that Maximilian only speaks French, and my French is not the best. Therefore, I will just ask ChatGPT to translate this text for me. Let's be friendly and let's say, please translate this text to whatever language you want to have. I'll stick to English here. And no big surprise, ChatGPT is of course able to do this within seconds. With that, I got a perfect, or at least very good, translation of the text, which I now also understand. So this would be totally fine for my purposes. In case you want to have the translation in a better structure, you can also do this, of course. So you can tell ChatGPT to provide the output in a specific format, in a specific style. So maybe like this. So ChatGPT should show both the original and the translation paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph by paragraph means that we have one paragraph in French, then one paragraph with the English translation, and so on. This should be clear for ChatGPT. So let's see. Yeah, this works. Now we get the entire translation paragraph by paragraph. So that's not required for this case here, but I think it's nice to know that translating can also be performed exactly according to your needs. To complete this translation part, something we covered already, but which can be helpful right here, you can of course also edit the initial prompt and translate this, for example, to German. In case you're not German, you can of course choose any language of your choice. Once this is completed, you can easily switch between the different translations with our tabs up here that we introduced earlier in the course. So this is the translation part. Let's now say that I'm not too happy with the work that was delivered by a colleague. Therefore, I prepared this not too nice email. This email should show that I'm not happy with the code that I received, but actually we should be respectful with each other. The core idea should be kept, so I'm not happy with the work and I want to have an updated version of the code. But of course the tone should be adjusted. It should still be friendly and respectful, because this, to be honest, is not the way we should write emails and not the way we should provide feedback for our colleagues or for anybody actually. Why don't we let ChatGPT do the work for us by adding this text to our prompt? Make this email more friendly. It should still be clear that I'm not happy with my colleague's work and that I need an updated version very soon. The email should be respectful and encourage the colleague to deliver the update as soon as possible. So let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this. And ChatGPT comes up with an email subject and writes the entire email in a more detailed, more friendly, and still encouraging way. This is a very extreme example, obviously, but in case you are not happy with the tone or the general way your email is written or any other text, ChatGPT can help you here and transform your text within seconds. Time to move on to another daily task, or to two daily tasks actually: proofreading and enhancing text. Proofreading simply means checking our text for grammar or spelling mistakes. Enhancing text can be used again in the case that a non-native speaker wrote the text and you want to make sure that the text is transformed or enhanced to a more native speaking or native written style. For the proofreading part, I again prepared a pretty extreme example. As you see, lots of mistakes in there, spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, and so on. With this example, I just want to show you that ChatGPT is trained in a way that it produces output without spelling mistakes and grammatically correct output. Therefore, we can just tell ChatGPT, again by adding the instruction ahead of our actual content, to check this text for grammar and spelling mistakes and to provide the corrected version of it. As you can imagine, ChatGPT does this immediately. It rephrases parts of our text, corrects any spelling mistakes, and also improves it from a grammatically perspective. So whenever you have a text that might contain some errors, or whenever you want to send out an email to a client or anything like that, you can use ChatGPT to quickly proofread the text. Proofreading is not limited to grammar and spelling mistakes only though. As mentioned, you can also add texts which are generally correct from a grammatical and spelling mistake perspective, but you can let ChatGPT rephrase the text to be written in an even better English. For this, I'm again on academind.com. This is an article written by Max, and Max, as myself, is not a native English speaker. We do our best to provide articles with correct grammar and without spelling mistakes. Still, some sentences probably could be rephrased. For this, I'll again copy the entire text and add it to ChatGPT. And now, before the actual text starts, I'll add the following information. This text was written by a non-native English speaker. Improve the text to be in line with native English. Let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this prompt. And this obviously takes a few moments as it's a very long text. But you can immediately see that if we compare, for example, the second paragraph, while you might not be working, if we scroll up here, you see that the initial version had whilst you might not be working. The complete output contains many different minor adjustments to the text. Again, not because the initial text was wrong, but because ChatGPT, based on the dataset it was trained with, finds higher probabilities for certain phrases and certain sentences. So proofreading and enhancing text is another nice way to use ChatGPT for your daily work. We now saw lots of examples where ChatGPT helps us to make our daily tasks a bit easier. In this example now, we'll have a look at how we can write utility tools or utility scripts with the help of ChatGPT. Writing such scripts requires a programming language. We will use Python in this case, the world's most popular programming language. But the great news is that ChatGPT will do all the work for us. So you don't have to know anything about programming to create such little scripts. The only thing you have to know is that writing such scripts requires a certain task, so something this script, this tool, should do for you. In my case, I have a folder on my desktop. This folder is named Files, and the folder, as the name indicates, contains files. I only have 3 files here for demonstration purposes, But these could of course also be hundreds of files. As you see, the files simply contain to-dos for different days, but the naming of the files is not very consistent. So we have lowercase letters, uppercase letters, or both mixed. And I just want to make sure that I write a script to turn all uppercase letters into lowercase letters. Let's see how ChatGPT can help us here. By adding this prompt, we instruct ChatGPT to be a programmer or to act as a programmer, and we tell it that we need a Python script. The rest is just some basic information about our computer. I, for example, am working on a Mac computer. If you're using a Windows computer, for example, you should of course change this. And the rest just describes what I just showed you regarding my folder structure and the goal I have. Let's now see if ChatGPT can come up with a solution that works for non-programmers. So this is the guide ChatGPT came up with. Now let's follow this guide step by step and see if we actually created our first utility script. The first thing to do is we have to install Python. So in case you don't have Python installed, go to python.org and install it there. It's a very straightforward process. In case anything is unclear there, you can simply ask ChatGPT to guide you through the installation. The second step is, as I'm working on a Mac computer, to open the terminal. So we simply have to type command and space to open the Spotlight search, and there we can find the terminal. So let's open the terminal now. So I got my terminal here to the right. In the terminal, we should now create a new Python script. For this, we first have to navigate to the desktop by using the cd command here. So this now simply navigates inside the terminal to our desktop where the project files are and where we will also create our Python file with the code. And now, as we are on the desktop, we will run the touch command to create a new file named renamefiles.py. This file will then contain our code. If you ran this command successfully, you should find a new file on your desktop named renamefiles.py. The next step now is to open the file that we just created inside our terminal. For this, we run this open command here. And once again, confirm this with enter. Now the text editor should have opened. So here I got my text editor where I will now add my code. We will simply copy paste the code here. In this example, this is all right because we checked the code obviously. But you shouldn't simply copy and paste code ChatGPT generated and which you don't understand. In this case, we are working with files on our system, so this can cause damage on your machine. Therefore, always check the code you run and use that is generated by ChatGPT. This code here I created is alright, so you can just use that code on your machine. The code can also be found attached to this video. So with copy code right here, we can now paste it into our text editor and save this with Command S. And now we should close the text editor. And then with this, we are already done. Now we only have to run the script by typing, or by in this case copying, this command into the terminal. This will now simply run the code that we have in the renamefiles.py file, and we should have renamed files now in our folder. Indeed, this worked. Now we have lowercase letters only in our files folder. So this was just a very basic example, obviously. As you know, the results you get might and probably will be different from the ones I received right here. Nevertheless, you see, with ChatGPT, even people without any programming language can create or write such utility scripts within seconds. I mentioned the things to consider already. Never copy and paste the code though, so you should always understand what is actually going on here and what the code does. In this module, we will explore a whole new level of creativity. We will use ChatGPT for content creation now. So we will learn how we can use it to create blog posts or articles about basically any topic, and we'll go even further. We'll learn how we can create video scripts for your next YouTube video, for example, based on the articles we created. We'll also boost our social media posts by letting ChatGPT create our tweets or Instagram postings. We'll also learn how we can write cover letters, CVs, or job offerings with the help of ChatGPT. And finally, we'll also learn how we can generate or create sample data. Researching data for specific projects is quite cumbersome. With ChatGPT, this can be done in seconds now. No matter which kind of data you're looking for or which type of data, so JSON, Markdown, CSV, or anything else, all this can be done with ChatGPT now. So let's get started with writing a blog post or an article, whatever you want to call it. And this article should be about the history of the iPhone from its first presentation until the year 2021. Due to the cutoff date of ChatGPT, we talked about this already in the course. Now for this specific project and also for other topics covered in this module, we'll follow this approach. We'll first use a simplified approach. So we will use a very simple prompt and see what the output looks like. Afterwards, we'll dive a bit deeper and create a more structured, a more complex prompt. This prompt will follow some of the concepts we learned in the prompt engineering module, but more importantly, we'll add more constraints and give ChatGPT more context to derive a more special, a more tailor-made output. So this is our first goal. Let's see how we can write this article now in a simplified way. So I'll now simply add this prompt to my message box. This prompt is very generic. As said, it's a simplified approach, but let's see what ChatGPT makes out of it. So now we got this article and it is very long, but actually it's just a simple summary of kind of boring key facts of the iPhone development. This reads more like a fact summary than an engaging article people would really read, and also not like an article that would be really catch the attention of our audience. Therefore, using ChatGPT like this is okay, but actually we can do better. We'll now derive a more structured, a more complex prompt step by step. To do so, one of the most important things is adding constraints. Besides the topic of the article, ChatGPT needs more information to write a really tailor-made article here. Some of the constraints that should be considered are the target audience. So who is our audience that should read this article? Is it everybody? Is it young people? Is it older people? Tech-related people? So we should make this clear first, because this will also change the way ChatGPT writes the article and also the content that is covered in the article. For example, tech-related people want to know more about the facts about the iPhone. Less tech-related people might just want to know how the looks changed, for example. We should also think about topic-related keywords. This is related to the SEO, so to the search engine optimization. If we optimize our article in this area and add many relevant keywords in here, then chances are higher that our article will be found on Google as it distinguishes from the existing articles. We should also consider significant iPhone improvements, maybe an amazing new camera, great new displays, new processors to make the whole experience a lot faster. So things like that should also be highlighted in our article to make it easy for the reader to quickly see where the main events happened. As we saw, we have a very long article, so we might want to have a more refined article that is a lot shorter and still contains all the key facts. And finally, we can also ask ChatGPT to add images. We know that ChatGPT can't add images at the point of time when recording this course at least, but we can ask ChatGPT to add image descriptions to areas where these would help to make the article even more exciting, even more engaging. So these are just some of the ideas that we can have when writing such an article. Let's now see how we can implement these topics. So now we'll edit our initial prompt to be able to switch between the different versions, and there I'll add this prompt here. So we still want to write this article. Now we target tech-related people as audience, and I want to have a list with SEO relevant keywords first. These should be included in the later article, but first I just want to have this list. So now we have our list with keywords. You can dive deeper into this SEO topic if you want to. We'll just use this list as a starting point now for our next prompt. There I now want to have an outline first. I could let ChatGPT again generate the full article, but first I want to have a look at the outline to see whether the topics covered are in line with my expectations and what I want to have in this article. I also mentioned that the outline should be the base for the article later, but that the article should not exceed 1,200 words, so hopefully the outline is also not too long. And now we get a totally different result. Instead of the boring list of, historical events related to the iPhone, we now get a clearly structured outline talking about different topics about the iPhone in general and what it meant to the industry, the first iPhone, design-related topics, the ecosystem, and so on. So with that, we have a way better structure already, which actually sounds a lot more exciting. Now we could dive deeper here again. I won't do that because I want to show you another way how to write this article. But of course, if you want to, you could now tell ChatGPT to write the article based on the outline. The article must not be longer than 1,200 words. And that's now a totally different kind of article comparing it to the initial one. Lots of exciting topics are included. Of course, some of these only with one sentence due to the limit of 1,200 words that I added. But still, this is one way to write much more exciting articles that have the potential to be read by a lot more people. So this is more a step-by-step approach, but considering the things we learned in the prompt engineering module, we could also write one prompt only following some of these guidelines that contains all core constraints, and that should result in a great article with just one single prompt. Let's see how this works in the next lecture. So we had a simple prompt and now this more, iterative way, so to say, to get to our article with SEO keywords, outlines, and then the article. Now I want to add one prompt that basically combines all things I need, and let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this now. So I'll again edit our initial prompt here, and now we'll add the more complex prompt step by step. The first thing I want to start with is I want to add a role and a basic task. So I tell ChatGPT that it is a professional blogger. The job is to write articles with the search engine optimization in mind. And the article should be engaging. And in this case, we talk about Apple's iPhone, about the development of the iPhone to be more precise. Next thing is to add some bullet points. And I will add these as the second core area of the article. So still we define the range of the article. We set a target audience. We include the SEO relevant keywords inside the constraints here. So we don't want to have a separate list. We just want ChatGPT to consider this when writing the articles. The years of significant technological changes should also be highlighted. We want to have different sections with subheaders, and images should be added where required. So this is one prompt now containing all things that should be kept in mind. The last part of this prompt is still missing though, and we got a typo in here. It should be significant like this. So the last section that is missing is naming the goal of ChatGPT. These summary bullet points should be the input to create this engaging article, and the article should not be longer than 1,200 words again. So let's see. And this now is a totally different level of quality, I would say. This is an almost ready to be published article. As always, your output will look different. We talked about this throughout the course, but we have really a well-structured article. We have descriptions for the images we need. We have subheaders, we have sections, and if you look at the beginning of the article, for example, you see the introduction is written in a way more audience-oriented way. Welcome tech enthusiasts and so on. This is more exciting. This catches the reader's attention. You can still fine-tune this prompt, obviously, but if we compare our latest version with the initial version we had, I think the difference is remarkable. And therefore, writing articles, writing blog posts with the help of ChatGPT-4 is amazing and can be done very fast. But still, you have to make sure that you know how to write prompts, and you should make sure that you give ChatGPT the required background information to make sure you derive at an article with the right length, that targets the correct audience, and that also covers the relevant topics. Just using write me an article about XYZ is not enough to produce quality products here. Still, it is always important to read the actual output of ChatGPT, because you probably have to fine-tune this article, but still, this is a very good starting point, if not more. Before we leave this article for the moment, I want to show you two more things. Because this is a great article now, and as I said, it's a great starting point at least, but this isn't only true for the entire article. You can also use different sections of this article to even dive deeper and to get even better results for whatever you need. For example, the title up here, The iPhone Evolution, a Journey from the First Presentation to 2021. Instead of taking this title as given, we could now challenge ChatGPT to find out other, maybe even better titles. So with the following prompt, we want to have more titles that are super exciting to grab the attention of potential readers. And we need at least 5 titles to choose from. Now with this list, you can choose between even more creative and maybe even better titles. So you should always keep this in mind. Don't take the first result as given. Use it as starting point to then find even more creative solutions. The second thing I want to show you is that as we have this great article now, we can also use this article and create an executive summary. Because it's always great for the people who don't have a lot of time and want to grab the information as fast as possible to have such a summary at the end or at the beginning of an article. Here we'll keep things simple with this prompt. We only want to limit ChatGPT to around about 300 words. So now we've finished our article. We have the structured article with great titles, we have images in there, and we have a summary. This logic is of course not limited to an article about some tech-related topic. So in the next lecture, we'll think about other article types that you could create with the help of ChatGPT. We know how to create the content, and I can tell you one thing, your options are unlimited. But I know that getting started and thinking about these options can be tricky sometimes. You could start creating tutorials with the help of ChatGPT. These tutorials could cover technology-related topics like AI, a kind of a fitting topic, or cybersecurity. Or you are rather interested into fitness and sports. Why not coming up with tutorials about running or about gaining muscle mass? These are again just some basic examples. You can be creative on your own, of course. Tutorials can also cover topics like beauty and fashion. You want to know how to get the flawless face? Then write an article about it. Or if you want to write about hairstyles, then feel free to do so. You can always start these topics with ChatGPT as a base, then refine the article, and there you go. If you are not so much into tutorials, you can also write opinions on your personal website, for example. Opinions can cover recent developments like the push for renewable energy or why mental health should be a priority in today's society. So these are all topics reflecting your opinion. You can also write about pros and cons for specific topics, for example, college education or cryptocurrencies. Or you're rather interested into general life-related topics, so what has an impact on our lives? Then you can write about social media, any topic you can think of. These are all things you can cover now faster and more efficient than ever with the help of ChatGPT. Articles are not limited to tutorials and opinions. You can also write deep dives about historical developments, about how technology evolved, about social and economic research, and many, many more. I just want to give you some things at hand to get an idea of the amazing options we now have with the help of ChatGPT. And always keep in mind, there is so much more to write about, so much more to discover, so make the most out of it. So I guess we know how to write an article now, and we got our great article up here. But why don't we take the chance and use this article for more than just, publishing it on a website? People like to watch videos. So why don't we use this article as a base for an entire YouTube video? And to create such a video, a script is very helpful. So we can use ChatGPT to create a YouTube video script. It can of course also be for any kind of other platform, but this should be specifically a YouTube video. And we just tell ChatGPT that the base for the script should be the full article. Again, we'll start with the simplified approach. So I'll just tell ChatGPT to create a script for a YouTube video based on the full article, to make sure it doesn't consider the executive summary instead. Now let's see where this pretty vague prompt leads us to. So this is a nice first step at least, but as we saw it for the article, it is pretty generic. Therefore, once again, we should be more precise about what our video should look like, and therefore we should again add some constraints here. The core idea is basically the same that we saw for the article. So constraints that make sense for a YouTube video are, for example, defining the video length. Typically, YouTube videos should not be longer than 10 minutes or 8 to 10 minutes. We should think about the video style. In my case, I want to target a younger audience, and therefore I want to have a very engaging and fast-paced video style. So new topics should be introduced quickly. I don't want to have these deep dives or these detailed discussions about a specific topic. I also want to have a description about the video footage that should be shown. We saw this in the first version already, but I want to be very explicit about that factor. And I also want to have some background music. Obviously, ChatGPT cannot add background music, but I want to have a description of the type of background music that should be played when required. So with these constraints in mind, I'll edit my YouTube script request here, and I'll add the following prompt. So here I again assign a role to ChatGPT. It should not be a YouTube content creator, and I add all the things I just mentioned on the slide. I just stick to 5 minutes here to not make the output too long. And I also need a video name, which wasn't displayed here in the first version. And I also want to have a video thumbnail. So with this update, we now hopefully get a more detailed script for our YouTube video. As you see, it starts already with a fitting video name, and we also get a short description of the video thumbnail. More importantly, we also get time slots for specific sections, including the background music, the description of the background music, once again the footage, and now also the voiceover that matches the specific time frame we have right here. And this is now the final output. We have a well-structured script here. As you know, your output will look different, but no matter what you get right here, with these more precise constraints and with instructing ChatGPT about what you want to have and what you need, you get again at least a very, very good starting point for your YouTube video. And if you compare our second version again with the initial version, then I guess we made a great progress and get better results by just adding one well-thought prompt here. Let's now leave the world of articles and video scripts and let's move on to another topic where ChatGPT can help us a lot. It is the job of a copywriter. Copywriting, in case you never heard of that before, means writing the written content, the so-called copy, for marketing materials. Now, this sounds a bit generic. A copywriter has to understand the target audience of a specific product or a specific service, and based on this understanding, the copywriter has to promote the product or service as good as possible. So the idea is to engage somebody, a copywriter, to write texts for you that promote your products or services. Now, examples would be website content here. On your website, you want to make sure that visitors sign up for your newsletter, for example. And writing the engaging text to encourage people to do so can be the job of a copywriter. Copywriters can also be used for social media posts. There, the goal could be that people who visit your social media page should be encouraged to visit your website, where you, for example, sell a product or anything like that. You could also engage a copywriter for email campaigns. In this email campaign, you could make sure that people who open your marketing email should be encouraged to buy a specific product. Now, in the end, it cannot be strictly distinguished between these different channels and these different goals. You can also have website content that encourages people to buy a product, or you can send emails where you market your website. So these are just examples. Basically, it's all about writing texts to market your product, to market your service. And with ChatGPT, we now have the chance to write such texts targeted for a specific audience better and easier than ever before. Let's say you are engaged by a fashion brand, a new fashion brand, and you should write the marketing text for the landing page of this fashion brand. Now, once again, if we follow a rather simple approach, we could write something like this. So create the marketing text for the landing page of the website of our fashion brand. As you know, this simplified approach can work, but actually, as we learned the concept already, I immediately want to write a more structured prompt. Instead of doing it like this, we will again use some tools, some things we know from the prompt engineering module and from this module already. Therefore, we could start with the role assignment once again. So we tell ChatGPT to be an online marketer and a professional copywriter. And its job is to help online stores to market and sell their products. We then add a specific goal. So we want to create an engaging and high converting landing page text. And we want to include some bullet points in here, some constraints, so to say, to make sure ChatGPT or the text ChatGPT generates targets the correct audience and markets the products as good as possible. For this, I prepared the following bullet points already, where I, for example, define the target audience. So we sell stylish clothing for young people between 14 and 21 years. I also define how the company sells the products. So the company uses so-called drops or specific points in time where a new collection is released. We only sell the products online. We define what type of fashion we are selling and so on. So basically, we try to give ChatGPT again as much information as possible to get the desired output. Now, to be even more precise, we'll also add more specific instructions. So the goal should be to use the summary bullet points as input to create this landing page text. And we also define the length of this text, and we also tell ChatGPT to come up with a fitting brand name for the company. So once again, think about the goal you have with your prompt and try to be as precise as possible when adding all these constraints to your prompt. Now let's see what ChatGPT makes out of this. So this is the text ChatGPT came up with. I don't think it's perfect yet because we have that get ready and get ready repetition here. Nevertheless, again, we see that ChatGPT incorporates my constraints. So it targets the audience. Here the introduction, for example, is obviously not too serious. It's rather written in youth speech, so to say. So it's not a too serious style of attracting the potential customers. And this again can be a great starting point. Now once again, just to be sure, if we would still edit this and now use this simple prompt instead, the output would look a lot different. And as we don't provide any additional information, the content is quite generic. However, I must say that in this case, the inclusion of emojis here, for example, could be good if you want to use this for social media posts, for example. So in this case, the more generic prompt obviously isn't tailored for our purposes, but still, you could also get some interesting features out of this generic prompt. This is obviously the better text. If you want to, you can now ask ChatGPT to include some emojis, for example. Add emojis to the text and describe the image that should be shown in the background of the landing page. So with this, we can now continue here and take over this emoji-like style that we saw from the generic prompt. So here we have the updated version now with some emojis and the background image description. So this is how you can use ChatGPT for copywriting. The process, when comparing it to articles, is obviously not that different. The goal here is obviously to show you different application areas for the knowledge you gained in this course. And as we talked about this emoji-like style already, in the next lecture, we'll see how we can use ChatGPT for your social media posts, as a copywriter or in general. We all use social media. And if you actively use it, sometimes it's quite difficult to come up with unique and interesting posts. ChatGPT can also help us here. Let's get started again with a simple prompt. There, ChatGPT should just write a motivational post on Instagram and Twitter. That was an easy one, isn't it? Some motivational text, some emojis, not too creative obviously, but you see where I'm going. So you can again use ChatGPT to have these basic Twitter and Instagram-like text, so to say, and then fine-tune it according to your needs. Once again, we can of course be more precise with our prompt. So here, instead of using the generic one, I added more context to my prompt. So my goal is to motivate my audience. We had this before basically. But now it's all about a good morning post on Instagram and Twitter. And the post should motivate the people to start the day energized. So let's see if this is different now compared to the previous result we had. So before we rather had the motivational focus, now it's more about hustling, being energized, being productive today. And as always, we could also ask ChatGPT to provide images for the posts. Now it tells you that it can't provide images, obviously, but you get the descriptions of images that you can add to your Instagram or Twitter posts. In this case, we know we want to write a motivational post to be productive. In case you're looking for a specific topic or for a new topic that you could share with your audience, you can also do this with ChatGPT. This prompt here should provide us with some new Twitter post ideas. We give ChatGPT some context about what we do, so let's see if ChatGPT comes up with some creative Twitter post ideas. Here we get entirely new posting ideas. But you can also leave the world of posts and think about your Twitter profile, for example. ChatGPT can also help you to write your Twitter bio, so the text that you can find below your image and your name. With a prompt like this, where you tell ChatGPT what you're doing. So in my case, I'm an online educator teaching people how to code, for example, and I need 5 examples for my Twitter bio. So here ChatGPT provides some examples for these motivational and pretty cool sounding Twitter bios. You can also use ChatGPT for your social media to summarize a larger text you read into a tweet. Let's say we read a long text about the beauty of spring, which in this case we simply create in ChatGPT quickly. So this is the inspiring text we read, and now we want to share the core content of this text in a motivational tweet. As easy as it is, I won't add too many constraints in here, as I just want to show you some ideas how you can use ChatGPT for your social media activities. And here we got it. Here we get the tweet about the beauty of spring. So these are just some ideas, obviously. Feel free to be creative about your own social media accounts and how you can integrate ChatGPT into these. Always keep in mind though, you can use ChatGPT as a helper, but typically your social media accounts should be about you or your profession. So don't become too auto-generated. In the end, it should still be all about you. For the next content generation topic where ChatGPT can help us, we should put ourselves into the role of somebody who runs a podcast and who has to interview people. So our goal is to prepare an interview in the end. And the awesome thing is that our next interview is with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Now, preparing such an interview can be quite complicated because you want to find the right tone and also find good and interesting questions. You want to break the ice to get a more personal connection to the person, to make the whole interview as interesting as possible for your audience. Now, ChatGPT can of course also help us here. Again, I want to show you a generic prompt to prepare such an interview. This could be a prompt like this. So we tell ChatGPT that it has to prepare the interview and that we need 15 questions. And the result doesn't look too bad at first sight, but for example, if I look at the third questions talking about The Rock's struggles with depression, I don't think that's a nice way to basically start the interview. That's a very personal question. I want to instruct ChatGPT to prepare the interview questions a bit differently. For this, I could again add a more detailed prompt that gives ChatGPT some guidance regarding the type of questions it should ask. Here I share that the interview is in a relaxed atmosphere, and the first questions should be some icebreakers to get started. Then I want to dive into some business or job-related questions regarding projects and movies, and at the end, I want to ask some private questions. Now with this updated prompt, ChatGPT should create a better structured interview and not start with personal questions immediately. Still, this reads a bit generic in my case. As you know, your results will look different. Therefore, I could also instruct ChatGPT to include some of his projects, some of his movies in the questions. So I could say, this is good. Please also include some of his projects and movies in the questions. So this time we will not use one single prompt, we will do the iterative process once again to derive at the result that we want to have in the end. And it should be his projects, not this projects. Sorry about this typo. But ChatGPT still knows what I mean. It looks alright. As always, you should check the facts, so make sure that The Rock really was part of the movies that we saw in the project-related questions area. But now, the whole interview has a more personal touch and is more tailored towards The Rock. With this, we completed this social media, digital marketing related content creation with the help of ChatGPT. But there are also other, maybe more traditional jobs where ChatGPT can also be a great help to create content. I guess that the core point of this module is clear right now. You can use ChatGPT to generate content, to generate text for you for many different purposes. Therefore, the goal of the next lectures is mainly to give you examples what this means for you. So which types of content you can produce with the help of ChatGPT. Diving into the details behind the prompts is not the core focus now. It's all about the examples to give you something at hand to integrate ChatGPT into your daily work. In the next lecture, we will see how ChatGPT revolutionizes, a big word, but at least it makes things easier, so how it revolutionizes job-related writing. What does this mean? For example, from the perspective of potential employees. There, you could use ChatGPT to create a standout CV. Of course, ChatGPT cannot change your education and your working experience, but it can create a great frame, so to say, so a well-structured CV where you can then add your experience. Regarding applications, you can of course also use ChatGPT to write compelling cover letters. These cover letters enhance your CV and of course should show why you are the perfect person for the position you are applying for. If we talk about the employee perspective, we can of course also use ChatGPT as employers. This means if we have to write a job offer for a new position in our company, ChatGPT can help us to do this. We only have to provide the core facts of the offer, working hours, topic, salary, etc. And then ChatGPT should come up at least with a great draft that we can build on. Once we found the right candidate, we can also use ChatGPT to write contracts. Here we have to be careful though, because obviously ChatGPT is not a human being and therefore it's not a lawyer. So this contract part is something I want to show you, but still the law side is something you have to be aware of. So your contract has to meet the working laws in the country where you live. And a more general thing, ChatGPT can also help us to write work-related emails. We covered this already in the course. I just want to give you one or two more examples at hand in the next lectures. So this is how ChatGPT revolutionizes job-related writing. So let's have a look at some example prompts now. Let's get started with writing CVs. Now, as always, you could start simple with write me a CV to apply for a new job. No big surprise, this would work and would give you an okay result actually. But typically you have a clear vision of your CV and how you want to present yourself. Therefore, we'll use a more advanced prompt here for our CV structure. So let's edit our prompt and let's add this prompt instead. This gives a bit more information to ChatGPT about the way the CV should be structured. As always, you can tailor this according to your needs, but with that more structured prompt, we should get, well, a different looking CV, but let's see what the result looks like. So this isn't too different from the first draft that we had with the simpler prompt. This is probably due to the fact that a CV is what it is. It basically always follows a certain structure. Nevertheless, you find a more elaborated example for the professional summary, for example. And more importantly, as I mentioned, you can use this template here, so to say, to add your education and working experience. Things become a bit more exciting if we leave the CV and try to create a cover letter with the help of ChatGPT. Here, I'll again use a basic version like write me a cover letter. So this again is a pretty generic cover letter which you can use as a starting point, but I recommend to add a lot more information to this cover letter. For example, like this. So we add things that should be highlighted in the cover letter. It should focus on the candidate's strength in this area, and it should also contain details about the previous working experience of the candidate and of the achievements he or she had. I keep it simple here, but you should add all the things you achieved in your previous job to mention these in the cover letter. If the cover letter becomes too long, you can of course also define a limit of words as we learned it. Generally, you should add a lot of information in here to make the cover letter more individual and to stand out from other people, because in the end you want the job, right? And this now is a pretty decent template for a cover letter, I would say. Obviously, this is not the final result, so you should definitely fine-tune this. Add more information about yourself and about the company, for example, but it gives you a great starting point within seconds, and that's the revolutionary thing about ChatGPT in my opinion. It makes getting started so much easier.